Chapter 4271. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's hearts exploded. They knew that Lin Ling had completely defeated Mu Tianjian. Otherwise, with Mu Tianjian's temperament, he would never say such words himself. As a result, two experts had been completely defeated by Lin Ling. In addition to the God-Slayer Alliance and the other three martial gods, the number of people who didn't oppose Lin Ling had decreased by a lot. Lin Ling nodded at Mu Tianjian. Then he looked at the crowd and said, "Now, who still opposes?" Mu Tianjian was a true swordsman. The previous confrontation was also open and aboveboard. Therefore, Lin Ling respected him a lot. Similarly, Mu Tianjian didn't have any grudges against Lin Ling. He was just unconvinced. However, after experiencing Lin Ling's powerful attack, he was also convinced. Opposes. Many people subconsciously lowered their heads when Lin Ling's gaze swept over them. In this world, strength determined everything. Now, Lin Ling was using his powerful strength to prove whether he was qualified or not. "This old man will challenge you." At this time, another expert walked out. He was wearing a black feather cloak that reached the ground. He looked very mysterious. He looked very old and his face was very cold. However, this kind of coldness wasn't indifference. Instead, it was a kind of coldness that was heartless to the outside world. He gave people the feeling that he was a tree or a rock. The head. He was holding a palm-sized cauldron in his hand. The cauldron was somewhat sinister. On the surface, there was a skeleton and a crow sculpture. And he was one of the 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures, Black Crow Old Man. Bang! He threw the cauldron on the ground. The cauldron grew bigger and bigger until it was as big as a city. The black cauldron began to emit black smoke. Moreover, there seemed to be a mysterious object flying inside. Crow! An ear-piercing sound rang out at the same time. It actually caused endless ripples. Ah! The martial artists around the Yellow Sea immediately felt a splitting headache. The weaker ones directly fell to the ground and vomited blood. Their bodies were twitching nonstop. It was extremely terrifying. Not good. That cauldron is very evil. The experts of the God Extermination Alliance also retreated one after another. Only after they had retreated tens of thousands of miles away did that ear-piercing sound weaken slightly. Looking at Indra and the others again, their strength was stronger and they relied on their powerful divine embryos to block that sound. However, they were also looking at Black Crow Old Man seriously, because this person was very mysterious. He had only risen in a single night and had once killed millions of experts in a single night in Yen province. After that, he vanished without a trace and reappeared again. Now, he had become one of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 prefectures. Crow! Those ear-piercing cries were also surging towards Lin Ling at that moment, causing Lin Ling's pupils to dilate. He immediately sensed that the meridians in his body were beginning to break inch by inch. It should be known that when a martial artist cultivated to the martial god realm, their meridians would be as vast and boundless as the void. These meridians also carried the world origin and the spirit. If one's meridians were broken inch by inch, then even if one had powerful strength, they wouldn't be able to display it. Lin Ling couldn't help but look at the people rolling on the ground in pain. He knew what kind of pain they were enduring. Because their strength was lower, their meridians weren't as majestic as Lin Ling's. Now that their meridians were broken inch by inch, they would probably be forcefully crippled. There was even a possibility of death. What a strange evil artifact. Lin Ling's body was strong, so he could still resist a little. His soul force also spread out, wanting to investigate the origin of that black cauldron. After his soul force surged out, Lin Ling discovered that the black cauldron's cries seemed to be soul force, but it also carried the power of the steps of God. Of course, this steps of God wasn't strong and couldn't be compared to Lin Ling's steps of wisdom. Most importantly, Lin Ling discovered that the black cauldron was actually a living creature. And it was a divine embryo, moreover, a divine embryo that had reached the 5th grade. A 5th grade divine embryo? One of the 9 prefectures' top 10 martial gods actually possessed a 5th grade divine embryo. This kind of strength wasn't weak even among the gods. Looks like I was almost fooled by him. Lin Ling retreated, avoiding those ear-piercing cries. This also slowed down the speed of his meridians, breaking inch by inch. Lin Ling retreated. Does he know he's no match? Black Crow Old Man's attack is too strange. It's not a King's Path attack. It's normal for Lin Ling to avoid the attack. If he can't break that black cauldron, Lin Ling won't be able to defeat Black Crow Old Man. Seeing Lin Ling retreat, many people were whispering. Unrestrained Sword Martial God and the others were discussing spiritedly. They had obviously come into contact with Black Crow Old Man before. However, due to his mysterious methods, they didn't dare to rashly provoke Black Crow Old Man. Therefore, Lin Ling avoiding the attack was also a very normal thing. At this moment, Lin Ling also spoke indifferently. This cauldron probably seals no less than 100 million souls. Hearing this, Black Crow Old Man raised his head. His eyes were filled with ripples as he spoke in a hoarse voice. Lin Ling, your eyesight isn't bad. His voice was like the cry of a nighthawk, very ear-piercing. However, so what if you know? Perhaps you'll be the next soul in the cauldron. Soon after, Black Crow Old Man laughed evilly. This was also the first time he laughed in front of everyone. Because he wasn't like the others, he knew that Lin Ling had already seized back the identity of a trial taker. Moreover, he had obtained the quota for the 8 Gods Heavenly Palaces contest. His identity wasn't weak at all. Therefore, he wanted to defeat Lin Ling and make a name for himself by stepping on Lin Ling. Because he always had a grand dream in his heart, and that was to establish the 9 prefectures #1 divine sect, Black Crow Sect. You're too confident. Now watch me break you. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice was much colder. He held the tyrannical song sword and shot forward. What was surprising was that the tyrannical song sword, which was as large as a door, was extremely light, as if it was a flying immortal. Crows. At this moment, the black cauldron, which was as large as an ancient city, seemed to be suffused with smoke and fire. Endless black fog rushed towards Lin Ling. Within it, a large number of strange black crows were flying. These black crows had the wings of crows, but their chests were human bones. Moreover, their pupils were also human pupils. As they rushed towards Lin Ling, their cries became louder. Their cries became louder. Bang, bang, bang. The suddenly louder cries also caused the martial artists in the distance to immediately sense that their meridians had been broken. Retreat a little further. Towards these strange powers, people were completely helpless. Only when Jie Yuan and Divine Embryo reached a certain level could they resist them. From a certain point of view, these cries were also very invincible. Boom. However, Lin Ling's speed did not stop. Instead, he activated the second stage of his innate skill fusion, and his strength instantly increased. When the gold and white wings appeared, the Duan my martial god and the others could not be bothered to be surprised by the black cauldron. They all stared at Lin Ling, their faces filled with disbelief. This was because they did not expect that Lin Ling still had a trick up his sleeve. Swoosh. After his strength increased, Lin Ling clearly did not fear that power. He held the tyrannical song sword and shot towards the black fog. Lin Ling can resist those cries. He's going to attack Black Crow Old Man. Chapter 4272. Because even they couldn't find a way to break Black Crow Old Man's technique. Therefore, they hoped that Lin Ling could break it. Of course, they were powerful and Black Crow Old Man couldn't do anything to them. There was a tie. However, their guess was wrong. Because Lin Ling didn't pay attention to Black Crow Old Man. His sword shot towards the black cauldron. Crazy! Such a choice made the carefree sword martial god shout. Because everyone knew that the black cauldron was strange and couldn't be attacked by force. Black Crow Old Man was the cauldron controller. As long as he was defeated, the black cauldron would lose control. However, Lin Ling was different. He actually attacked the black cauldron. This was also against the rules. Lin Ling has rich battle experience. He should know this. He must have seen something that we can't see. Martial god Qi Ning frowned and said, clang. At this moment, Lin Ling's sharp sword landed on the black cauldron that was as large as an ancient city. It actually caused the ancient city to shake and sway. You mere mortals want to break me. What was surprising was that the ancient city actually emitted a low voice. Is that so? Lin Ling kept his sword and slapped out with his right hand. His powerful soul force formed the steps of wisdom and suppressed. Grand Cardinal Brahma punishment technique. Now, Lin Ling's soul force was his strongest asset. It surpassed his physical body and realm and reached a new realm. Even Lin Ling didn't know what the limit of his steps of wisdom was now. This was because he rarely used this technique. The last time he used it, even the City Lord of Heaven Pass City was forcefully sealed without being able to resist at all. Soul-type steps of God. Or you, why do you have such a technique? Could it be that you're the reincarnation of a god? When Lin Ling's soul force gushed out, the ancient city also let out a furious roar. At this moment, it was clearly panicking, because the steps of God was a technique from the era of gods. Moreover, there weren't many people who had such a technique back then. However, there was someone who was able to use it today, and he was able to use it at a very high level. I know that the so-called Black Crow Old Man is nothing more than a puppet. The real Black Crow Old Man is you. I didn't expect that in the twilight of the gods, when 10,000 gods fell, you, a god, actually didn't die. Lin Ling stretched out a single hand, and his soul force continuously gushed out. Let me go, let me go. You and I are both gods from the era of the gods. Why do you have to force me? Gu Cheng's voice became even more panicked. In your dreams. Lin Ling let out a low growl, sending out all of his soul power. At the same time, he said coldly, I'm sorry to tell you this. First, I'm not some reincarnated god. Secondly, although you were a god back then, your methods were vicious and cruel. For your own selfish reasons, you slaughtered tens of millions of martial artists and collected their souls. Then you wouldn't be a god. Boom. With Lin Ling's final words, the entire ancient city was sealed. No method could be used. Next, Lin Ling let out a furious roar. Tyrannical Song's sword flew over. After being grabbed by him, he held the sword with both hands and cut the ancient city piece by piece like cutting tofu. After the ancient city was broken, a large number of souls immediately soared into the sky, flying towards the distance like a tide. Suddenly, a large bronze door appeared. The door opened, welcoming these souls. And this door was the door to the underworld. Because of the Black Cauldron seal, those who died couldn't reincarnate. Now that the Black Cauldron was broken, the souls naturally entered the underworld and reincarnated. Lin Ling, you spoiled my good deed, I won't let you off. However, among the drifting souls, a sinister voice also floated out. However, it was hidden very well, hiding among the souls, so even Lin Ling couldn't sense it. He escaped. Lin Ling secretly regretted. He knew that if he couldn't kill Black Crow Old Man this time, he would definitely be plotted against by Black Crow Old Man in the future. After all, Black Crow Old Man was a true god. Because he had just revived, he wasn't strong. In the future, he would definitely be a huge threat. Although the Age of Gods couldn't be compared to the ancient era, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. After that, Lin Ling muttered to himself. When he returned this time, he originally thought that he was the #1 person under the 4 great gods. But now, it seemed that after the 9 prefectures' investiture of gods, some experts indeed exceeded his expectations. After all, if he didn't have the step of wisdom, he wouldn't be able to break the Black Cauldron even if he had powerful methods. He could only end up with his meridians broken or escape from here. Black Crow Old Man also lost. Looking at the disappearing Black Cauldron, everyone seemed to have awakened from a dream. Their understanding of Lin Ling rose again, leaving a huge shadow in their hearts. What happened? On the contrary, Black Crow Old Man's eyes regained clarity as he said blankly, Black Crow Old Man, you've already lost. Go die. At this moment, the Duan lineage martial god suddenly rushed over. Mixed with a ferocious divine power, he slapped towards Black Crow Old Man. He obviously wanted to kill Black Crow Old Man. Because when Black Crow Old Man rose to power, he had a grudge with the Duan lineage martial god. Now that the Black Cauldron was broken, the Duan lineage martial god naturally had no fear. Clang. However, when his heavenly fate wheel arrived, it was blocked by a sword. It was Lin Ling. Scram! Lin Ling slashed with his sword horizontally. That heavenly fate wheel was cut in half by the sword and exploded in the distant sky. The Duan lineage martial god's pupils constricted in shock. Lin Ling actually broke his move so easily? One must know that when they were in the god realm, he, the Duan lineage martial god, was suppressing Lin Ling. The previous move was something that Lin Ling couldn't break no matter how hard he tried. But now, it was as easy as blowing off dust. Suppressing the shock in his heart, the Duan lineage martial god said angrily, "Lin Ling, what are you doing? In order to refine the Black Cauldron, Black Crow Old Man killed countless people. Don't you think it's against the heavens for you to stop me?" He isn't Black Crow Old Man. Lin Ling was still holding his sword as he looked indifferently at the Duan lineage martial god and said. As soon as he said that, everyone was suspicious. After all, when Lin Ling used the Step of Wisdom, they didn't see the process as it was blocked by the rolling black fog. "Lin Ling, what is the meaning of this?" Martial god Qingning also spoke. Although she didn't have any relationship with the Duan lineage martial god, she also knew about Black Crow Old Man's cruel methods. Naturally, she also wanted Black Crow Old Man to die. Because the real Black Crow Old Man is that Black Cauldron. This person is just a puppet. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the crowd as he explained the matter. "What?" After knowing the truth, everyone exclaimed in surprise. "How do you know?" The Duan lineage martial god was also shocked. However, he frowned and asked because even he couldn't tell the truth. Chapter 4273. So that's how it is. In that case, we've all been deceived. The divine fetus of the age of gods is indeed terrifying. That kind of method isn't something we can see through. Fortunately, there's Lin Ling otherwise, who knows if Black Crow Old Man will kill us later. Everyone came to a sudden realization. They were surprised by Lin Ling's methods and fearful of Black Crow Old Man's strength. In that case, he's a fake. The Duan lineage martial god also nodded and turned to walk back. Since that old man was a puppet, then it didn't matter whether he killed him or not. Of course, the most important thing was that with Lin Ling around, he couldn't kill him. However, just as the Duan lineage martial god's footsteps moved, Lin Ling's voice sounded, "Duan lineage martial god, how about a fight?" Now, it seems that the voices opposing me are getting smaller and smaller. Only a few of you martial god kings are left, and you seem to be one of them. He, Lin Ling, wanted to fight the Duan lineage martial god. Back then in the divine realm, Lin Ling was suppressed and beaten. Now, Lin Ling wanted to see if the Duan lineage martial god still had such ability. The Duan lineage martial god stopped and said in a low voice. Hesitation appeared in his heart. Because Lin Ling had already released stunning strength and defeated one expert after another. In addition, he had exchanged a move with Lin Ling. He knew how powerful Lin Ling was. Therefore, he didn't have the confidence to defeat Lin Ling. "I don't object." After pondering for a moment, the Duan lineage martial god gritted his teeth and said. After saying this, his heart seemed to have been ruthlessly humiliated. But if he didn't object, Lin Ling didn't want to fight him? What a joke. Back then, the Duan lineage martial god had almost wanted to kill him, Lin Ling. "I killed the last bloodline of your Duan family. You don't want revenge?" Lin Ling said again. "Lin Ling, don't go too far." That sentence was undoubtedly like a sword, ruthlessly stabbing into the Duan lineage martial god's heart. How could he not want revenge? Even in his dreams. But today's Lin Ling was no longer the same as before. He was no longer a junior who could compete with Duan Wuhan, but a master who could compete with him. As the patriarch of the Duan clan, do you really not dare to fight in front of your enemy? Where is your courage? Where is the honor of your Duan clan? Lin Ling's voice was like thunder. The entire Yellow Sea was filled with Lin Ling's voice. His voice was so loud that everyone's eardrums hurt. Now, they had finally witnessed Lin Ling's tyranny. It was true that he would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Previously, Lin Ling had said that he, Lin Ling, disdained to compete for the position of one of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 prefectures. But now, It seemed that Lin Ling was indeed qualified to say this. Seeing Lin Ling constantly humiliating his Duan clan, the Duan lineage martial god was so angry that his face turned red. He almost lost control of his temper. He really wanted to fight with Lin Ling to the end. However, he had lived for thousands of years after all. He immediately knew that this was Lin Ling's provocation. Lin Ling could not wait to have a bloody battle with him so that he could seize the opportunity to kill him, the Duan lineage martial god. I don't want to fight. Gritting his teeth, the Duan lineage martial god still refused to fight. After saying this, his fists were clenched so tightly that his nails pierced his palms, but he did not seem to feel it. Because Lin Ling was already aggressive, but the Duan lineage martial god still did not dare to fight. This was a great shame for the Duan lineage martial god and the Duan clan. This shame would also cover the Duan clan's head for thousands of years and be laughed at for thousands of years. When Lin Ling saw that the Duan lineage martial god had admitted defeat, he secretly admired him. This was because the Duan lineage martial god was indeed powerful to be able to give up his face and dignity to preserve his life. However, Lin Ling still did not intend to let him go. Since he could not find an excuse to attack, then he would attack by force. I just want to fight with you. Lin Ling held the tyrant song sword in his hand and swept out. A simple horizontal slash was slashed out. However, although it looked simple, it was mixed with 1,500 strands of divine power. The divine power was secondary. The truly terrifying thing was the fusion of the 3 divine embryos. Because these were all 5th-grade divine embryos. The human king, the thunder god, and the King Kong appeared behind Lin Ling, making Lin Ling seem like he was dominating the world. Heavenly Fate Wheel. Seeing Lin Ling's sword slashing over, the Duan lineage martial god was furious. This Lin Ling was indeed difficult to deal with. He activated the strongest Heavenly Fate Wheel and slapped out with his palm. The power was also terrifying. However, after confronting Lin Ling's 3 divine embryos, it was immediately cut apart. There was even a sharp sword radiance that cut off a strand of the Duan lineage martial god's hair. If the Duan lineage martial god had not dodged quickly, he would not have been able to escape the fate of being injured. The Duan lineage martial god kept retreating. His face was full of fear. After the collision, he realized that Lin Ling's strength was heaven-defying. He could not fight, he absolutely could not fight. Where do you think you're going? Lin Ling was awe-inspiring. He raised his sword and attacked. Everyone help me! The Duan lineage martial god could only ask the ancient martial god and the others for help. However, the ancient martial god's face was also pale. He did not dare to speak and was deeply afraid of being implicated. After all, back in the divine world, he had been arrogant in front of Lin Ling. Now, he was afraid that Lin Ling would settle the score. Bullshit, Duan lineage martial god, this is a disaster that you created. Go and solve it yourself. The ancient martial god shouted angrily. I have always thought that Lin Ling was very fair as the judge. Who would have thought that you would oppose him for your own selfish reasons? Ancient martial god, fuck you. The Duan lineage martial god could not help but curse when he heard this. This was because the ancient martial god had been on the same side as him. When he had opposed Lin Ling, the ancient martial god had shouted even louder than the Duan lineage martial god. Lin Ling, do you want me to help you? However, what made him even angrier was that the ancient martial god had not only refused to help, but he had also added insult to injury. Get lost. However, Lin Ling did not give the ancient martial god any face. He slashed his sword at the ancient martial god, causing the latter to dodge frantically. Fortunately, the sword was only a warning. Even so, the ancient martial god still hid far away, not daring to even breathe loudly. How arrogant! The crowd watched as Lin Ling chased after the Duan lineage martial god with his sword. They felt as if they were dreaming. They did not expect Lin Ling, who had always kept a low profile, to be so arrogant after unleashing his full strength. Martial god Qingning, help me. I did help you last time. The Duan lineage martial god was running for his life. However, when he realized that his life was in danger, he quickly asked martial god Qingning for help. Martial God Zazai, do you still remember the trip to One World Mountain? I fought alongside you and resisted the suction force of the volcano. We escaped from the whirlpool of the volcano together. Don't you remember our friendship? Chapter 4274. That's right. If the spirit kingdom dares to come, I'll be the first to fight. Seeing this, the Duan lineage martial god hurriedly took advantage of the situation. He no longer had his usual domineering appearance. Hearing this, Lin Ling finally stopped in his tracks. It was not that he thought that the Duan lineage martial god would be the first to fight against the spirit kingdom, but he suddenly remembered that the Duan lineage martial god seemed to be a person of a certain god. If he rashly killed him, then it would be difficult for Lei Gong to explain himself. Also, he would give the carefree sword martial god and the others some face. Duan lineage martial god, you're really lucky. However, the next time you meet me, you'd better run far away. Otherwise, I'll raise my sword and kill you. Putting away the tyrant song sword, Lin Ling coldly snorted. Yes. Yes. The Duan lineage martial god hurriedly nodded. How could he dare to provoke a madman like Lin Ling? Only Lin Ling could kill a martial god with a sword in the entire 9 prefectures void. I don't object. Yes. Next, he raised his hand and said that he approved of Lin Ling being the referee. The other martial god kings also raised their hands one after another. At the beginning, Lin Ling was still considered gentle, challenging them one by one. However, when the battle became heated up, he even raised his sword and killed the martial god. Who would dare to object? Perhaps only the first and second place, Luli Empress and the others, had the qualifications to fight against Lin Ling. Since no one objects, then let's begin to redefine the 10 great martial gods of the 9 prefectures. However, I feel that after the 9 prefectures' investiture, the 10 great martial gods are still a little lacking. Therefore, I suggest that the 10 great martial gods become the 12 great martial gods. Lin Ling landed on the ground and said as he walked, "Of course, this is only my suggestion. After all, I'm a person of a god, and it's not easy for me to interfere in the matters of the 9 prefectures void." 12 martial gods? So many? Hearing this, someone blinked in surprise. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling stopped and looked over coldly. His eyes were full of murderous intent. Although he didn't say a word, the old man was so scared that he raised his hand and laughed. Not a bad suggestion. 12 sounds better than 10. I agree. Everyone was speechless. Lin Ling had just finished saying that this was only a suggestion. Whether or not they agreed to this suggestion depended on everyone. However, the other person had only said a sentence out of curiosity. Lin Ling had immediately used his domineering strength to intimidate the other person into agreeing. I approve. Following that, many people said with flattering smiles. Who would dare to resist? What I hate the most is using force. Since everyone has agreed, it means that you all approve of my proposal. Now, let's begin the fight for the position of martial god. Lin Ling nodded and walked toward the God-Slayer Alliance. Hearing this, the bitter smiles on everyone's faces became even more pronounced. Wasn't this just using force? Even the 4 gods aren't as domineering as you. Following that, the fight for the position of martial god officially began. Big brother, go ahead. Young Master Yao, you guys go all out too. Lin Ling said to Sakura and the others. But Sakura and young Master Yao looked at each other, their eyes full of fighting spirit. Now that Lin Ling had built a fighting platform for them, they had to fight well. Rumble. Soon, a fierce battle broke out. Because there were 2 more positions of martial god, many people on the god list and Stairway to Heaven went up to compete. Lin Ling looked at the battles calmly and nodded slightly. After the investiture of the gods, the strength of the entire 9 prefectures had increased greatly. In this way, they could fight against the Spirit Nation. However, the Spirit Nation couldn't be underestimated. With the indigo spiritual flower, they could cultivate a large number of experts. With the support of the Spirit Nation, given time, they would surpass the 9 prefectures sooner or later. Now, It's just the calm before the storm. Lin Ling closed his eyes and started to cultivate. Now that he was at the level 9 martial god realm, he could make a breakthrough at any time. However, Lin Ling didn't make a breakthrough. This was because breaking through a realm wasn't of much help. His goal was to break through the martial god realm and step into the deity realm. Therefore, he was more focused on comprehending the Bodhi-proof superpower. It's so comfortable. What is this feeling? The surrounding people were still watching the battle. However, at this moment, an incomparably comfortable feeling spread over their bodies, making them feel extremely relaxed. This made them look around and suddenly, their gazes fell on Lin Ling. It's Lin Ling. The people finally realized something. What kind of power is this? Why do I feel like I'm close to him? Even the unrestrained sword martial god and the others were astounded. Their gazes toward Lin Ling were filled with complicated emotions. Back when they were at the final world and the Kaiyuan River, Lin Ling was like a junior. The unrestrained sword martial god and martial god Qingning had given Lin Ling a hand when they noticed his outstanding talents and personality. However, they suddenly felt like they were looking up at Lin Ling now. It was as if they were looking at a real god. It seems like Lin Ling is the one who has made the biggest leap in the martial god realm. Martial god Qingning exclaimed while shaking his head. Lin Ling was completely unaware of the complicated thoughts in the crowd's minds. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. On the contrary, wisps of the Bodhi light appeared in his soul, protecting it like a godly light. The Bodhi chants echoed openly too. This also made Lin Ling feel his soul light up, as if he had seen something. It was the Patriarch Bodhi whom he had met by luck. In Lin Ling's soul force, the illusion of Patriarch Subhuti was also faintly discernible. However, Lin Ling could sense that a powerful consciousness was carrying his soul, breaking through the endless void and arriving at a world of primordial chaos. It was suppressed above a mass of pitch-black clouds. This cloud of mist was very strange. It seemed to be pitch black, but upon closer inspection, it turned into an azure blue color. Gradually, it turned purple, red, and yellow. It seemed to be constantly changing. Furthermore, the clouds seemed to be still, giving off a peaceful feeling. However, there was a hint of a storm within the calm. What is this? Lin Ling's soul power locked onto the cloud. But soon after, he noticed that there seemed to be a few huge consciousnesses around the mysterious cloud. They were also staring at the cloud. You're here. Suddenly, one of the consciousnesses communicated with Lin Ling. Rumble. However, as soon as the communication arrived, a powerful soul force rushed over and scattered Lin Ling's soul force. When Lin Ling woke up, he realized that he was still at the Yellow Sea. What happened? What powerful consciousnesses? If my soul force is 70,000, those consciousnesses must have reached 1,000,000. Lin Ling was shocked. What happened just now felt like a dream, but everything felt so real. Chapter 4275. Shaking his head, Lin Ling couldn't think of anything else, so he simply ignored it. Then, he glanced at the battle between the martial gods and realized that the battle was still intense. However, a few powerful martial artists had been born. Of course, Lin Ling didn't care much about the martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Therefore, when he sensed his soul power, he was surprised to find that his soul power had unknowingly reached 80,000 levels. It had increased by 10,000 levels. The speed of improvement is so crazy. Could it be that I encountered some kind of opportunity before? Lin Ling was delighted and immediately cultivated the Bodhi testimony divine technique again. However, this time, the effect was weak and he couldn't find the same feeling as before. This also caused Lin Ling to give up on comprehending it. His helpless gaze fell on the battle between the martial gods. Lin Ling could see that his big brother and young demon lord were about to become the martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Although they were ranked at the bottom, at least it was a big improvement. As time passed, the 12 martial gods of the 9 provinces were finally confirmed. Among them, young Master Yao and Big Brother were at the bottom of the 12 martial gods of the 9 provinces. As for Black Crow Old Man's departure, this position was seized by a mysterious woman. Of course, although the other martial gods weren't defeated, Their positions were still precarious. They could be surpassed at any time, or even eliminated. This battle for the position of the martial gods of the 9 prefectures was finally over. It could be assumed that after tomorrow, the news would spread throughout the 9 prefectures. Let's go. Okay. Lin Ling stood up and pretended to announce the names of the martial gods, acting as a referee. Then he led the members of the God-Slayer Alliance out of this realm. Digu Martial God, my new title. Impressive, huh? While walking, Indra and young Demon Lord were obviously very excited. After they became the strongest 12 martial gods in the 9 regions, they also had their own titles. Among them, Sakra gave himself the name of Digu Martial God. Although this name made Lin Ling feel that it was very unpleasant to hear, Sakra was very happy and never tired of it. As for the young Demon Lord, he used the name of the ancient demon tribe and called himself the Ancient Martial God. Looking at the God-Slayer Alliance, they were also in high spirits. This was because the God-Slayer Alliance now had 2 more true kings of the 9 provinces. This undoubtedly made the God-Slayer Alliance one of the top forces in the 9 provinces and showed signs of surpassing the new heavenly court. Like the Duan clan, there was no comparison at all. When they returned to the final world, the entire 9 provinces were in an uproar. Because no one had expected that the 9 provinces would undergo a change after the gods returned to their positions. The 10 martial gods had become 12 martial gods. Of course, the battle in the Yellow Sea had also shaken the 9 prefectures. Among them, the domineering scene of Lin Ling killing the martial god with a sword was incessantly praised and admired by countless people. As for Duan Wuhan, who had become famous after being stepped on by Lin Ling, that would be a disgrace. It would cause the entire Duan family to lose face. Now, after the battle with the Yellow Sea, Lin Ling was in the limelight. He was even more terrifying than before. In many people's hearts, Lin Ling had already become an overlord. At this moment, in the Kaiyuan River, the 5 major clans had heard about Lin Ling from the cultivators who had entered the Kaiyuan River for training. They were all overjoyed because Lin Ling was their totem. Now that he had become the overlord of the 9 provinces, the 5 major clans naturally wouldn't dare to provoke him. In the Qing Prefecture and the Spirit Prefecture, the 3rd princess and Lin Ling's master had also heard the news. Naturally, they were proud of Lin Ling. Moreover, they had heard from others that there were a few overlords in the 9 provinces that they absolutely couldn't provoke. One of them was Lin Ling of the God-Slayer Alliance. This news undoubtedly made them very proud. Looking at Lin Ling, he didn't know that the moment he left the Yellow Sea, the news had already spread to the entire 9 provinces. He was still talking and laughing with Yu and the others as they continued to move forward. Looking at the vast void in the distance, Lin Ling's heart was filled with emotions. He thought back to when he first came to the martial god world, the 9 provinces, and the final world. At that time, he was filled with curiosity and yearning for the vast void. In the following thousands of years, he had traveled through half of the void and explored it. He had swept through various forbidden lands and defeated countless experts. Now, unknowingly, he seemed to have become a towering figure in the void of the 9 provinces. Thinking of this, Lin Ling turned to look at Yu and the others. When Yu and the others noticed Lin Ling's gaze, they smiled. They also realized that thousands of years had passed without them noticing. It felt as if time had passed in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, we have also gone through a long period of time. Lin Ling held his wife's hands and said with a smile. Now, Lin Ling could be considered an old monster who had cultivated for almost 10,000 years. If he were in Huaxia, he would definitely scare many people to death. Yes, I used to hear people call us old monsters. But now, we are also old monsters. Yu said with a smile. And Yuer and the others also burst into laughter when they heard her words. The term old monster did make people feel strange. If you call me old monsters, then you are also beautiful old monsters. Lin Ling said with a smile as he stroked each of his wives' faces. In the distance, the people of the God-Slayer Alliance also retreated far away, not daring to disturb this warm scene. The big leader is so good. He has so many beautiful wives. Someone laughed. You are courting death. If the big leader hears you, he will skin you alive. Someone next to him slapped the back of that person's head, making him smile awkwardly and not dare to refute. Let's stay away from the big leader and not disturb him. Then one of the leaders said indifferently. After that, the nearly 100,000 people of the Godslayer Alliance slowed down and let Lin Ling and the others go first. Now, Lin Ling's prestige in their hearts had reached the sky. No one was dissatisfied with this big leader. Lin Ling naturally noticed their little movements. He shook his head and smiled. Then he led his wives forward again. To him, it was better that no one disturbed him. He could accompany Yu and the others to walk in the void. This was also the promise that Lin Ling had made to Yu and the others back then. In the past, although Lin Ling had tried to take Yu and the others to walk in the void, he had to be careful because he had many enemies. Now, Lin Ling was not afraid of anyone. Unless the gods personally took action, only then could they suppress Lin Ling. However, the four great gods obviously would not take action against Lin Ling. If there was an enemy in the void of the 9 prefectures that could threaten Lin Ling, it might only be the Spirit Nation. Of course, this only represented the enemies that Lin Ling knew. For example, the Black Crow Old Man not long ago belonged to the type that Lin Ling did not know about. That was hard to say. Chapter 4276. At the very front, there was a gorgeous palace floating there. It was pulled by 49 snow heavenly horses. Although it didn't seem to be fast, it was very ostentatious because the palace was very gorgeous. There were a lot of enchantments on the surface, and those who were knowledgeable would know that the palace had a world of its own. It could become a world and change into any scene. Snow, summer, autumn, and even green mountains and clear waters. To create such a palace, the effort needed was definitely not small. Looking at the snow heavenly horses, it was said that they were the mounts of the snow god. They had the divine embryo jade bones and were snow spirits. They represented purity and infinity. Even in the entire 9 provinces, they were incomparably noble existences and priceless. Only a few big shots were qualified to ride them. However, to use 49 snow heavenly horses in one trip, this showed the owner's origin even more. This is Miao Xin's true inheritance, right? It should be a boundary god who passed through here. This place was very close to the final world, so there were a lot of martial artists nearby. When they saw the gorgeous scene, they were all shocked. The direction is wrong, lead the way. At this time, the cold voice sounded again. Then, the lightning whip was swung out and landed on the bodies of the people leading the horses, causing them to tremble as if they were struck by lightning. After gritting their teeth, they didn't say anything and continued to lead the horses forward. What a bunch of bastards! The person who swung the whip was a young man wearing a gorgeous robe. He was actually a boundary master with an extremely high level. It's Jiu Tian. Someone recognized the boundary master and knew that he was a supreme golden rune boundary god. An exalted robed world spiritist with golden runes was a world spiritist capable of forging acquired divine artifacts. His status and identity were incomparably high. However, such a world spiritist was actually supervising the horse watchers. This was too strange. Could it be that there's a supreme dragon rune boundary god in that gorgeous palace? Someone suddenly thought of something and exclaimed. A supreme dragon rune boundary god who could forge innate divine tools obviously had a higher status. No wonder why it's so ostentatious. However, there aren't that many supreme dragon robes with Miao God's true teachings. I wonder which supreme dragon robe is inside the palace. That gorgeous palace, could it be the legendary heavenly snow palace? If that's the case, then that person should be the great world deity Snow Zun. I remember that when this palace appeared 50 years ago, it shook the void of the 9 prefectures. Hey, look at the person pulling the horse, it looks like Princess Tin. Sounds of discussion could be heard. Then someone pointed to the front in surprise. Princess Tian. The former spokesperson of Miao Xin's true inheritance? Many people were shocked and rubbed their eyes to look. Suddenly, they saw a woman in front of the snow Pegasus with a dozen people. She was leading a snow Pegasus forward. Looking at her, she looked a bit down and her expression was incomparably gloomy. How pitiful. I didn't think that the mighty Princess Tin would end up like this. Someone sighed. Back then, Princess Tian represented Miao Shen's true inheritance in the 9 prefectures. Therefore, many people knew about her and there were many who gave her face. But now, she had become a horse watcher. She was very down and out. Could it be that the legend from 50 years ago is true? After some people were surprised, a gloating smile appeared on their faces. It should be that matter. However, Princess Tian is also quite beautiful. Now that she's not as beautiful as she was back then, I wonder if I can buy her? It's possible. After all, after losing the bet, Princess Tian and the others all belonged to the Great World Deity Snow Zune. If we can move the Great World Deity Snow Zune, anything is possible. Hee, if I can press this bossy Princess Tian under me, how cool would that be? More and more people smiled and said. Their words could be said to be unscrupulous. These words were undoubtedly heard by Princess Tin, causing her to lower her head even more. Looking at the man called Jiu Tian in front of the palace, he sneered. Not only did he not stop them, he even allowed them to laugh at Princess Tin. It's her. In the distant void, Lin Ling brought Yu and the others over. After seeing Princess Tian, Lin Ling frowned slightly. Of course, he was more focused on the people beside Princess Tian, because there were more than 10 people beside Princess Tian. Among them, there was Long Ya, whom he had met once, and the white-clothed woman, Great World Deity Snow Tian. And this Great World Deity Snow Tian was also pulling the horse. It was completely different from the mysterious and noble person in the past. How could this be? Without a doubt, Lin Ling was very puzzled. Brother Ling, you have left for 100 years. Naturally, you don't know that 50 years ago, Tian Shui Great World God also went to the divine realm. However, when she was trying to become a god, for some unknown reason, not only did she fail to become a god, she was even mysteriously sealed, causing all her forging skills to disappear. Yu and the others had followed Lin Ling to God Miao's true inheritance and they had seen Tian Shui Great World Deity before. Apotheosis failed. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Most importantly, before World Deity Tian Shui Great Boundary Deity went to become a god, she made a bet with revered Snow to forge a divine weapon together. Whoever loses will become the other party's slave. However, World Deity Tian Shui failed to become a god, causing her to lose in the end. That's why she ended up like this. It wouldn't be good for us to help Tian Shui Great World Deity. And you? They're added from the side. It seems that this so-called revered Snow should have some grievances with World Deity Tian Shui Great World Deity. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling nodded his head. Generally speaking, World Spiritists who were both God Miao's true inheritance wouldn't force others into a dead end. Brother Ling, why don't we? Suddenly, Yu looked at Lin Ling with pleading eyes. Lin Ling, although Princess Tian has harmed you many times, I could sense that Princess Tian was very worried about you when you went to the 9-layer mountain. Furthermore, World Deity Tian Shui Great World Deity gave you divine spring water. So, why don't you help them? And Yue added. That can't be. Princess Tian wanted me dead many times. She's worried about me? Furthermore, although World Deity Tian Shui Great World Deity gave me divine spring water, I also gave her quite a bit of reward. Lin Ling looked at Yu and the others in shock. Brother Ling, don't be so stingy. Yu immediately pulled Lin Ling's arm and said coquettishly. I'm scared of you guys. Since his wives all spoke, Lin Ling didn't want them to be unhappy. So, he brought Yu and the others and walked forward. At that moment, World Deity Tian Shui Great World Deity was leading her horse forward with Princess Tian and the others. Naturally, she could sense the mocking gazes from all around. This caused her to bite her lips tightly. In the past, how glorious and awe-inspiring was she? In the entire 9 provinces, the number of people who didn't give her face could be counted with one's fingers. Chapter 4277. The treatment that was as different as heaven and earth was undoubtedly hard for her to accept, as she was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. So, she couldn't understand why she failed to become a god. Forget about the failure. Why did her soul power and memory be sealed? Now that she had lost the bet with Shuezun, she naturally knew that the skinny old man would not let her go. If she had not agreed before the bet that she would be a slave but would not sell her everything, she would have to accompany the skinny old man. Thinking of accompanying the skinny old man, she even had the heart to die. After all, she and revered Snow were not on good terms from the beginning. We are both true disciples of God Miao. Why do we have to force each other to death? At this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Then, the voice stopped in front of the palace. There were a total of 4 people and they were fighting quietly. Naturally, they were imposing. They actually made the 49 snow horses stop in their tracks. They looked extremely obedient. The sudden change made Tian Shui, great boundary god, Princess Tian and the others look up. There were 4 people standing in front of them. The leader was a handsome young man. He wore a blue and white robe and his long hair was tied behind his head. He looked calm but there was an aura of a superior. It's him! Tian Shui, great boundary god, quivered. Lin Ling. Princess Tian's eyes dilated. Almost at the same time, they had complicated thoughts in their minds. But more than that, they felt inferior and they felt ashamed. Because they didn't know why, they didn't want Lin Ling to see them in such dire straits. It's Lin Ling. Of course, not only them, even Long Ya who was next to them looked pale and his eyes were complicated. Back then, in Miao Shen's true inheritance, he had looked down on Lin Ling. He had thought Lin Ling was a crude barbarian, while he was a noble world spiritist. However, looking at it now, Lin Ling was clearly nobler than him, while he was only a horse driver. Lin Ling, you're here to laugh at us, right? If so, please laugh. Tian Shui, great boundary god, clenched her teeth and suddenly said. Seeing someone blocking their way, the young man called Jiu Tian was originally unhappy. But after hearing what Tian Shui, great boundary god, said, he laughed. It turned out that he was here to laugh at them. Great. So, he didn't stop Lin Ling. No, I'm here to help you. Lin Ling looked at Tian Shui, great boundary god, indifferently. We don't need your help. You can leave. Tian Shui, a world god, was once a supreme dragon inscription gown. How could he swallow his pride? Originally, I didn't plan to help, but my wife insisted. So, I had no choice but to help. Of course, if you think it's humiliating, you can repay me with something after it's over. That way, we won't owe each other anything. Lin Ling continued. His words made world deity Tian Shui clench her teeth, and she was at a loss for words. Because Lin Ling didn't plan to help them. It was only a transaction. That way, Tian Shui, great boundary god, and the others felt that their dignity was preserved. Give me some face and let them go. How about it? Lin Ling looked at the gorgeous palace and said, What? You're not here to laugh at them but to save them? What kind of joke are you making? The young man called Jiu Tian was stunned. Then, he said furiously, Who do you think you are? Do you think you're qualified to kill them? He waved the whip in his hand as if he was giving an order. However, at the same time as he waved the whip, many boundary seals appeared. The snowy Pegasi's eyes turned red and they seemed to go crazy. Obviously, the snowy Pegasi were controlled by the boundary seals. Now that the order was given, they immediately charged towards Lin Ling. The originally beautiful snowy Pegasi suddenly became malevolent and ferocious. They doubled in size and were incomparably ferocious. Let's see if you're still alive. Once the boundary seals are released, unless it's a god, no one can stop the crazy snowy Pegasi. And the crazy snowy Pegasi, any martial god would have to avoid them. Jiu Tian sneered and revealed an expression of, You dare to spoil my good thing. You know how to write regret. Rumble. The crazy snowy Pegasi charged out from behind the palace. They were getting closer and closer to Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling, be careful. Princess Tian shouted anxiously. Although she saw that Lin Ling's strength was very strong last time in Heaven Pass City, the snowy Pegasi were no small matter. They possessed jade bones. The jade bones were a type of divine embryo. In addition, there were so many of them. Who in the martial god realm could stop them? However, Lin Ling didn't care about her shout. His eyes coldly looked forward. He didn't have any intention of retreating. This made people cry out in surprise. They thought that the young man was stupid. Stop! But at this moment, Lin Ling finally let out a stern shout. His voice was like thunder, forming an invisible aura that intimidated everyone. Everyone felt a strong gust of wind blowing against their faces, blowing their long hair, and a sense of fear rose in their hearts. Lulu. The snow Pegasus horses that were previously in a frenzy all raised their front hooves and stomped down heavily. Then they all stopped. The horses were breathing heavily, but the madness in their eyes had quietly disappeared. They revealed a look of reverence and obedience. One of the snowy Pegasi was closest to Lin Ling. It was so close that Lin Ling could reach out and touch it. You guys go back. Being trapped by someone, this is not a snowy Pegasi that yearns for freedom. Lin Ling gently stroked the horse. Under his words, the horse let out a neigh and then ran in another direction. Behind it, a large number of snowy Pegasi galloped in the void. From afar, it looked like a heavenly steed soaring through the sky. It was very beautiful. Where are you guys going? Get back here. Seeing the snowy Pegasi running away, Jiao Tian was furious. He kept casting barriers in an attempt to control the snowy Pegasi. However, there was no response. He could only watch as the snowy Pegasi ran further and further away before finally disappearing. How would he know that Lin Ling's shout earlier, which was mixed with a terrifying soul power, easily destroyed the ceiling barrier in the snowy Pegasi's body? You're courting death. You actually let my horse go. After Jiao Tian was furious, he immediately looked at Lin Ling. The whip in his hand fiercely lashed towards Lin Ling. However, it was easily received by Lin Ling. Moreover, in his palm, a strong force was reflected back, immediately causing Jiao Tian to vomit blood and retreat. Moreover, the whip in his hand also turned into powder. Originally, I wanted to see what I could use to buy Heavenly Snow Great World God and the others. However, it's a pity that you attacked me. With such a rude action, you only have two choices. One, you die. Two, you live. However, I want to bring Heavenly Snow Great World God and the others away. Throwing away the powder in his hand, Lin Ling said indifferently. What? Jiao Tian's pupils dilated. He only lashed his whip once and the blue-robed young man wanted his life. Chapter 4278. Bullshit, who do you think you are? I, Jiao Tian, have lived for so long and this is the first time I've met someone who wants my life with a whip. My life is right here, let's see what qualifications you have to take it. Jiao Tian shouted coldly. Then, not only did he not want to give his life, he wanted to take the life of the blue-robed young man. Moreover, the ladies beside the blue-robed young man were very beautiful. Then, he would take them all and bring them back to be maids. Jiao Tian, don't be rude. However, at that moment, an old voice came from the palace that had been silent. Then, the voice said with dignity, "Little friend, if you really want to protect them, be careful not to take a wrong step. Thank you for your advice, but when I do things, right or wrong isn't important. What's important is whether I've decided to do it or not. Now I've decided." Lin Ling looked at the luxurious palace and said calmly, "You want Jiao Tian's life to exchange for Tian Shui and the others? Do you think you're qualified to do it?" Silence. The palace was silent for a moment. Suddenly, a voice came again. "That's right, what qualifications do you have?" Silence. Jiao Tian, who had the support of the great world spirit god Shuezun, was also in high spirits as he pointed at Lin Ling and scolded. "Do you know who my teacher is? If I tell you, you'll be scared to death." Silence. "He's the supreme dragon mark robe of Miao Shen's true teachings. Do you know what a dragon mark is? You country boy, you're a frog at the bottom of the well, ignorant." Silence. "In front of the supreme dragon mark robe, you're just a fart." Jiao Tian spat out his saliva. He was really humiliated by Lin Ling before. Hearing that, Lin Ling smiled and didn't say anything. He looked at Jiotian as if he was looking at a clown. However, his smile made people think that Lin Ling was afraid. After all, in front of the Supreme Dragon Mark robe, as long as one had common sense, they would know that they couldn't afford to offend him. Moreover, in front of the Supreme Dragon Mark robe, you're just a fart, Jiotian said. However, at that moment, a large number of figures came from afar. Their auras were rolling and they surrounded the void tightly. What happened? Many people no longer had the time to laugh at Lin Ling. They looked around in surprise. What terrified them was that this group of experts had monstrous strength. They were people who could shake the entire void of the 9 prefectures with a single move. It's the Godslayer Alliance. When someone caught sight of the leader of the ancient demons, they finally reacted. Moreover, all the leaders of the Godslayer Alliance have come. Heavens, this is a rare sight. The others also looked around, and when those mighty figures got closer and closer, their hearts skipped a beat. The Godslayer Alliance was now a colossus in the 9 prefectures void. For the past 100 years, all the battles in the 9 prefectures void were related to them. Moreover, they had a lot of leaders. It was said that the number of leaders had reached more than 100. However, these leaders rarely gathered together. Being able to see all the leaders at once was a dream. Godslayer Alliance. Jiotian's legs went soft, and he started to panic. Although the true disciples of God Miao had an unsurpassable status in the 9 prefectures, not everyone would give them face. The Godslayer Alliance was one of them. Moreover, he had heard that the members of the Godslayer Alliance were a bunch of lunatics. Moreover, their leader was rumored to be a follower of a deity. He was arrogant and had a strong background. Now the entire Godslayer Alliance had arrived. What were they going to do? For a moment, the scene was very quiet. People did not even dare to breathe loudly. They could only watch as the Godslayer Alliance arrived. I am his qualification. After the people of God Miao's true disciples were tightly surrounded, a man walked out in a domineering manner. His qualification? Jiotian could not help but point at Lin Ling and then at the Godslayer Alliance. He had no idea what the relationship between Lin Ling and the Godslayer Alliance was. In his confusion, he subconsciously asked, You, who are you? Martial God Digu, one of the 12 great martial gods of the 9 prefectures. The man said indifferently, The 12 great martial gods of the 9 prefectures? Aren't they the 10 great martial gods? Idiot, after yesterday's battle in the Yellow Sea, the number of martial gods has increased to 12. Your information is too outdated. Then this martial god Digu is one of the 12 martial god kings. People exclaimed repeatedly. They had never imagined that they would be able to see such a legendary figure. I am the ancient martial god, one of the 12 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. I am also his qualification. At this moment, young Master Yao also walked out and said indifferently, Another one of the 12 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. People's astonishment could be said to be one wave after another. I am the unrestrained sword martial god. I am also his qualification. However, another person walked out, causing people to explode with surprise. They looked at Jiotian again. He quietly stepped back, his hand holding the palace as his arm trembled. I am the martial god Qingning. I am also his qualification. I am a Yuan venerate martial god. I am also his qualification. Powerhouses walked out one after another. Each of them was a figure who could shake the 9 prefectures and had absolute authority in the void. And these people were actually the qualification of the blue-robed young man. Who was that young man? This is a misunderstanding. You are all his qualification. I don't know who he is. Jiotian's body continued to tremble, and he couldn't even stand steadily. That blue-robed young man was so arrogant because his connections were so strong. He really didn't know where he got the means to curry favor with so many powerhouses. However, he was a true disciple of God Miao and had countless treasures. If that young man could curry favor with these powerhouses, perhaps he could do the same. Jiotian's imagination ran wild and he suddenly became excited. If he could curry favor with the Godslayer Alliance, tsk, just thinking about it made him feel impressive. Who would dare to provoke him in the 9 prefectures? Thinking of this, Jiao Tian looked at the crowd with excitement in his eyes. Who is he? He is our great leader. However, at this moment, Indra spoke again calmly. That's right, he is our great leader. Young Master Yao also nodded. It doesn't matter. Regardless of whether he is a great leader or a little leader, I feel that there is no such thing as hatred or love for no reason in this world. Sometimes, benefits are the most important thing. Therefore, great leaders, let's talk about benefits. Jiao Tian spoke frankly with assurance. However, halfway through his speech, he suddenly blinked and even his nose was running. His nose also flowed out and hung for an inch. He said apprehensively, "He is the great leader?" Clearly, he had finally reacted and knew what a great leader represented. The God-Slayer Alliance nodded in unison. The legendary great leader of your God-Slayer Alliance? Jiao Tian asked again. If he hadn't held onto the palace, he would have already slid to the ground. The God-Slayer Alliance nodded again. Bang! Chapter 4279. Damn it, the person he met was actually Lin Ling? Of course, he wasn't the only one who was shocked. The surrounding warriors were also shocked. That was because the battle in the Yellow Sea that shook the entire 9 prefectures happened just yesterday. And today, they met this legendary character. He's Lin Ling. Wow, so young. So this is what the legendary character looks like. I wonder if he'll feel any pressure after leading so many experts from the God Extermination Alliance. I thought that meeting revered Snow World deity today was already an extremely lucky thing. In the end, I even met the legendary son of demon, Lin Ling. Following that, the crowd shouted excitedly. That was because it wasn't easy to meet a legendary character. Since when did Lin Ling become so famous? The clamor caused Tian Shui World deity to frown. She had been trapped all this while, so she didn't know that Lin Ling's reputation was like the sun in midday. When she saw how excited the crowd was and how Jiao Tian was so scared that his nose was running, all sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. Beside her, Princess Din felt the same. When she met Lin Ling in Heaven Pass City previously, Lin Ling didn't seem to be welcomed. And now, he was extremely popular. Everyone's eyes were filled with admiration and reverence. Senior Lin Ling, I'm your follower. Your battle, your steps, I've recorded everything. I've always admired you. Can you give me an autograph? It was so exaggerated that someone blushed and asked. However, this request was stopped by the people from the God Extermination Alliance. Furthermore, if there weren't people from the God Extermination Alliance here, this place would have been in chaos. You're Lin Ling? In the palace that had been silent all this while, a cry of surprise sounded. It was revered Snow World deity. Then, the palace was opened and a skinny old man rushed out. His eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. He obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to appear here. He also didn't expect that Lin Ling would appear for Tian Shui World deity. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. He could also feel that the old man's soul force was not weak. Tian Shui, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You actually know Lin Ling. The old man suddenly clenched his teeth and did not dare to say anything to Lin Ling. Instead, he looked at Tian Shui furiously. It could be seen that the grudge between him and Great Universe God Tian Shui was not small. Especially when he saw that Great Universe God Tian Shui knew a big shot like Lin Ling, he was extremely jealous. Senior Snow, I know you're angry, but the angrier you are, the happier I am. Seeing that, Tian Shui Great World deity suddenly smiled and felt indescribably carefree. She had never imagined that one day, she would actually use Lin Ling to suppress her opponent. Fine. I admit that I underestimated you. However, if you want to leave and I don't agree, no one can plead for you. The old man humphed coldly. Then, he looked at Lin Ling without restraint. His meaning was obvious. I won't let him go. What can you do? Don't tell me you dare to provoke God Miao's true disciple. You really don't want face. Seeing that, Lin Ling sneered. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand and he slashed at Jiao Tian. Swoosh. A sword mark appeared on Jiao Tian's neck. He pointed at Lin Ling and wanted to say something. But in the end, he didn't say anything and died. Killed with one slash. Moreover, he killed God Miao's true disciple's golden rune supreme robe right in front of them. Lin Ling, you're crazy. Senior Snow obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to be so daring. He contradicted me. I said before that I must kill him. Lin Ling held his sword and said coldly, "You're too overbearing. He only waved his whip at you and you actually killed him. Do you really think you're a god?" Senior Snow was even more furious. However, he also knew that a great character like Lin Ling was temperamental. He didn't need any excuse to take someone's life. After all, experts all had dignity. How could an expert be provoked by an ant? So, Senior Snow clenched his teeth and said, "Let me tell you. You killed my disciple. I will not let Heavenly Snow Great World Boundary God and the others go. Moreover, just you wait. I will inform our Purple Rune Supreme Robe about this. He will definitely report this to Lei Gong and punish you." There was only one Purple Rune Supreme Robe in the entire 9 provinces. He was the strongest world boundary master in God Miao's true disciples. Even the 4 gods had to give him face. However, would Lin Ling be afraid of the Purple Rune Supreme Robe? Very good. With your threat, this is equivalent to provoking me. Then, as the price, I will take Heavenly Snow Great World Boundary God and the others away. Lin Ling sneered and said in a domineering manner. Lin Ling's words shocked everyone. Lin Ling wanted to take Xuezun away unconditionally just because of a threat from Xuezun. This was indeed domineering and unreasonable. In your dreams? Do you think I'm an idiot? Senior Snow was clearly angered silly. He thought that he was already very domineering. However, compared to Lin Ling was the one who was truly domineering and unreasonable. Scolding me? Another crime? However, who knew that Lin Ling's smile became even more brilliant and he slashed with his sword. Great heavenly horn! Senior Snow's expression changed when he saw that. A purple conch appeared in his hand and he waved it in the air. The sound of a tsunami could be heard and endless seawater gushed out from the conch shell. This was the water from the divine realm. One must know that the pressure from the divine realm was very great. The strength of the powerful warriors in the 9 provinces would be suppressed in the divine realm. Thus, the water from the divine realm was naturally no small matter. To some ordinary martial artists, even a drop of this liquid was a rare heavenly treasure. Shio. However, Lin Ling's sword did not stop. Splitting the water and breaking the sea, it slashed on the purple conch shell and the shell exploded. Ah! The wrinkles on Senior Snow's old face increased and he let out a strange cry. He did not care about the treasure and immediately rushed into the palace. Lin Ling, you're dead. You're dead. Today, not only will I not let them go, when I return, I will send all of them to hell and let them suffer the 9 times 9 law calamity. Originally, they were just humiliated. They did not have to suffer such calamity. It's all because of you. After hiding in the palace, Senior Snow let out a crazy voice. This Senior World Spirit God Snow is crazy. Everyone was shocked by Senior Snow's attitude. How was he a Senior World Spirit God? He was simply a crazy old man. Clang. Lin Ling's face was expressionless, but the sword in his hand continued to slash out, landing on the magnificent palace. There were only rumbling sounds, but the palace remained unscathed. One must know that Lin Ling's sword could easily slash through 10,000 realms. From this, one could see how powerful the flying snow palace was. So hard! Sakura and the others were shocked. They then attacked one after another and bombarded the palace. Rumble. Chapter 4280. Lin Ling, aren't you very capable? Why are you so helpless? Come and touch me. Damn it, if you can't break my flying snow palace, you, Lin Ling, should just go home and plant sweet potatoes. Why bother being a trial taker, great leader? Don't you want to take Sky Snow Great World Deity and the others away? Try taking them away. Let me tell you, as long as they leave my range of 1,000 miles, they will all die. I have planted an enslavement enchantment in their bodies. In this world, other than me, no one can break it. Kneel down and beg me. Maybe I'm in a good mood and will be merciful enough to give you one person." Shuezun's arrogant voice could be heard from the palace. He was even more pleased with himself. This palace is great. Where I am now is a land of peach blossoms. With a pot of wine and the fragrance of peach blossoms, life is so happy. Above the palace, a layer of 5-colored clouds floated out and formed a portrait. A short and skinny old man was strolling in a peach blossom forest with a cup of wine in his hand. His face was full of enjoyment, and his face was calm and relaxed. How arrogant! Seeing this, young Monster Master and the others were furious. Shuezun was obviously using the palace's defense to be arrogant in front of them. Then, they couldn't help but attack with all their might. However, under their full strength, the palace still didn't move. Instead, a leisurely poem came out from the palace. Peach Blossom Temple in Peach Blossom Cove, Peach Blossom Immortal in Peach Blossom Temple. Peach Blossom Immortal planted peach trees and broke the branches to pay for wine. It was Shuezun's voice. This old man was extremely arrogant. This made young Monster Master and the others work even harder. However, in the end, they were all exhausted, but the palace still didn't fall. So powerful! Everyone was so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Looking at the palace again, Shuezun's voice floated out again. Moreover, it was still the same poem. This old man would probably only know this poem once in his life. Peach Blossom Temple in Peach Blossom Cove, Peach Blossom Immortal in Peach Blossom Temple. Peach Blossom Immortal planted peach trees and broke the branches to pay for wine. Young Monster Master and the others were so angry that their eyes turned red. Ever since their God Slayer alliance established themselves in the 9 states, they had never suffered such a great loss. Again! Sakura activated the divine embryo and erupted with all his strength. "Big brother, there's no need." However, Lin Ling stopped them. "Second brother, are you going to let him be so arrogant? If we can't even deal with an old man today, our God Slayer alliance will become a laughingstock." Sakura said unwillingly. "Brother Ling, if we don't deal with that palace, Princess Tien and the others won't be able to escape." Yu also thought that Lin Ling was going to give up. Ordinary realm essence and divine power are useless against the palace, because the palace can push the boat with the current. At least 80% of the attacks were pushed away by the divine water and disappeared into the distance. The palace only withstood 20% of the attacks, and with its powerful defense, the 20% of the attacks were naturally blocked by the divine water. "It's no longer working." Lin Ling patted Yuyu's hand and explained. "It's too heaven-defying. However, is there really no other way?" Sakura said angrily. He saw that the Peach Blossom poem was still coming out of the palace. Damn it, when will that old man stop being so arrogant? That's not necessarily true. At that moment, Lin Ling smiled mysteriously and walked forward slowly. Previously, in the Kingdom of Eternity, he had opened 2 divine inheritance treasures consecutively, and one of them had the supreme path. This was the path of forging from the Age of Gods. Lin Ling had been studying it for a while, and with the help of Lin Ling's powerful soul power, he was now very familiar with it. Therefore, Lin Ling could see through the enchantment of the Flying Snow Palace at a glance. It had to be said that this treasure's forging method came from the Age of Gods. In the current 9 states, there were probably no more than 3 people who could forge such a treasure. Its grade had reached the 10th grade of innate divine artifact. Furthermore, if some enchantments were added, its grade would definitely exceed that of a divine artifact. Although my strength has increased by leaps and bounds, there are still many people with strange abilities in the Age of Gods. Although their strength isn't high, their methods are extraordinary. Therefore, sometimes, unless you have twice the strength, you still can't be invincible. As Lin Ling walked forward, he thought to himself. After a while, he stopped not far away from the palace. However, the poem was still coming out of the palace. Peach Blossom Temple in Peach Blossom Cove, Peach Blossom Immortal in Peach Blossom Temple. Peach Blossom Immortal planted peach trees and broke the branches as wine money. Looking at revered Snow, this old man was drinking wine and looking up at the sky, revealing an expression of loneliness when he was invincible. This was arrogance to the extreme. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly and his powerful soul power spread out. He had two ways to break it. First, the step of wisdom. Once this move was used, the palace would lose its power in a short period of time and would be completely sealed. Second, break the enchantments and break the palace. Lin Ling obviously chose the second method because he was very interested in the palace. If his grandfather and the others used it, no one below the martial god realm would be able to break it. From Lin Ling's body, an auspicious wind spread out. It was his soul power. Wherever the spiritual strength passed, the space that had been shattered by the powerful attack was quietly recovering. Moreover, the people in the distance felt an incomparably comfortable feeling, causing them to feel drowsy, as if they could not wait to sleep here forever. Looking at Lin Ling again, at this moment he was gently waving his hands. Looking from afar, Lin Ling's movements were very light and even seemed like he was waving his hands. However, everything was so pleasing to the eye, as if he had merged with the void. No one knew that in a short period of time, Lin Ling had already waved out 1 trillion enchantments. With his soul power and the most high path's enchantments, he could indeed do this. One must know that not only was Lin Ling studying enchantments, but even Li Xiaoyao in his previous life was also studying enchantments. His foundation was incomparably solid. One enchantment after another fell on the palace, causing it to tremble slightly. However, compared to the attacks of Sakura and the others, the tremors were undoubtedly very weak. Therefore, no one noticed it at all. Time passed quietly just like that. What's second brother doing? The people of the God-Slayer Alliance were confused. Yu Yu and the others also frowned. However, at this moment, Lin Ling began to walk toward the palace. Then, he reached out his hand and actually opened the door of the palace. What the fuck? The people in the distance were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. After all, they also knew that treasures had the power to recognize their owners, especially powerful treasures like the palace. Unless the owner agreed, ordinary people couldn't touch the treasures. But now, Lin Ling actually opened the door of the palace, and it was as if he was opening his own door. Chapter 4281. Bang. All of a sudden, a fist came and smashed Reverend Shue's wine pot. Reverend Shue was shocked. He turned his head and saw a fist that smashed his nose. He fell to the ground and looked as if he had seen a ghost. You, how did you get in? He looked like he was scared out of his wits. The blue-robed man was standing in front of him with one hand behind his back and a smile on his face. He was Lin Ling. He smiled and said, "Of course I walked in." Honored Shue almost fainted. He knew that Lin Ling walked in, but how did Lin Ling walk in? Why didn't the palace stop Lin Ling? This palace belongs to me. Lin Ling ignored Honored Shue's dumbfounded look. He looked around the palace and nodded in satisfaction. Bullshit. Hearing this, the snow-honored cultivator was infuriated. This palace was the result of his lifetime of hard work and treasures. Bang. Unfortunately, facing Lin Ling, Honored Shue had no choice but to accept. Lin Ling had already kicked him hard in the face, breaking his teeth. Peach blossoms? I like plum blossoms. Plum blossoms are prouder. Lin Ling looked into the distance with his hands behind his back. As he spoke, the peach blossoms around him started to wither. The winter snow came and the plum blossoms bloomed. They were not afraid of winter. How did you control my flying snow lien heavenly palace? Revered Snow roared in shock because the peach blossom withered and the plum blossom blossomed. This already proved that Lin Ling could truly control the flying snow lien heavenly palace. Flying snow palace? It doesn't sound nice. Let's call it Snow Palace. Lin Ling ignored Honored Shue. He touched his chin and walked out of the palace without waiting for Honored Shue's resistance. Bang. When Honored Shue was thrown out, everyone was shocked. Honored Shue was so arrogant. He drank wine, enjoyed the peach blossoms, and recited poems. Now, he was beaten like a dog and thrown out of the palace. The difference in treatment made everyone laugh. Go on, why aren't you reading anymore? Sakura and the rest laughed loudly as they rubbed their hands and walked towards revered Snow step by step. That sneer undoubtedly scared revered Snow. He said nervously, "You can't touch me. I'm the dragon-patterned revered robe of Miaoshen's true inheritance." After that, he suddenly thought of something and immediately roared complacently, "Lin Ling, if you dare to touch me, I will make Tian Shui Great World Deity and the others die." "Huh, try touching me." Obviously, he thought of the enslavement spirit formation in Tian Shui Great World Deity's body. Big Brother, beat him like a dog. However, Lin Ling sneered, not the slightest bit afraid. "You're crazy." Fine. You want to fight to the death? I'll fight you to the death." Revered Snow was hysterical. He controlled the enslavement barrier and wanted Tian Shui Great World Deity and the others to die in front of him. Go to hell, go to hell, go to hell. He activated the barrier and pointed at Tian Shui World Deity. He was also looking forward to seeing Lin Ling's regretful expression. However, Tian Shui World Deity stood afar, safe and sound. She even blinked her eyes and looked at him. What's going on? Why isn't there any effect? Revered Snow was tongue-tied. His snot was also hanging out. It was an inch long. How would he know that when Sakura and the rest were attacking the palace, Lin Ling was already breaking the enslavement spirit formation? With his level, it was naturally not difficult for him. Weren't there peach blossoms before? Why aren't there any peach blossoms? When Revered Snow's snot was hanging out, there were already many figures in front of him. They surrounded him so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. All of them were rubbing their fists. "I'll let you have peach blossoms." Sakura took the lead and kicked Revered Snow's nose until it bled. Then, everyone surrounded and beat Revered Snow until the old man cried out in pain. "Lin Ling, thank you." Tian Shui Great World Deity looked at Lin Ling gratefully. "It's just a small matter." Lin Ling waved his hand casually. After pondering for a while, he suddenly pointed at Tian Shui Great World Deity. When he did that, Tian Shui Great World Deity was shocked. However, when she thought about how Lin Ling really wanted to harm her, there was no need for him to help her. Hence, she did not resist. Almost at the same time, Tian Shui Great World Deity felt a splitting headache. A mysterious power surged into her body. It was so domineering that it destroyed everything, causing her to groan. Seeing that, Princess Tian and the rest were worried. Long Ye suddenly gritted his teeth. "Lin Ling, that's enough. Previously, I was still thanking you for saving us. So, you are actually the same as Revered Snow. Both of you want to humiliate our teacher. It's just that you want to humiliate her personally." Long Ye. However, just as Lin Ling finished his words, Tian Shui Great World Deity recovered. She looked at Lin Ling with a red face. After pondering for a while, she immediately bowed towards Lin Ling. That was because Lin Ling had used his soul power to forcefully recover her soul power. Although she did not recover to her peak, she had recovered at least 40% of her soul power. Most importantly, Lin Ling had left behind many profound spirit forging techniques in her soul. Such forging techniques did not exist in the entire land of the 9 provinces. Lin Ling had obviously given her hope to live on. "No matter. It's fate that we met." Lin Ling smiled faintly. Then he brought Yu and the rest and left. Looking at Lin Ling's back, Tian Shui Great World Deity's heart was filled with excitement. In the end, she bowed again. After experiencing Lin Ling's pointers, from a certain perspective, Lin Ling could be considered half of her teacher. Furthermore, Lin Ling had saved her and she had yet to repay him. Now, she owed Lin Ling another favor. Teach her this? Long Ye was still confused. He couldn't help but look at Tian Shui Great World Deity and ask. "He can be considered half of my teacher now." Tian Shui Great World Deity sighed and explained the entire matter. Long Ye was so frightened that the corner of his mouth trembled. Then, he looked at the back of the departing figure and bowed deeply. Because he knew very well that if his teacher recovered her soul power, she would definitely become a world deity again. Everything that she had lost before would be regained. So powerful. He actually used his soul power to open Master's sealed soul power. Furthermore, he used his soul power to impart skills. Lin Ling's soul power has most likely reached a very high limit. Princess Tian also looked afar with admiration. Then, she said curiously, "Teacher, he used his soul power to touch your spirit. Wasn't this a form of spiritual communication? I've heard that soul communication is even more profound than body communication." Hearing that, Tian Shui Great World Deity's face turned red. Previously, when Lin Ling used a tyrannical method to charge into her body, it was indeed very painful. However, after that, it was an indescribable feeling of joy. She never would have thought that the first time she had such a feeling in her life would actually be from Lin Ling. At that moment, Lin Ling brought Yu and the rest back to the final world. Then, a palace appeared in Lin Ling's hand and he placed it in the courtyard. Furthermore, he imparted the method to control the palace to Yu and the rest with his soul power. With that, unless a god brought them here, grandfather and the rest would be safe and sound even if they were to hide in the palace. After doing that, Lin Ling looked to the sky and finally opened the road to seeing gods. Giant Ghost, we should go to the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Chapter 4282. After a long time, Lin Ling arrived at Lei Gong's hall. Sensing Lin Ling's arrival, Lei Gong personally came out to welcome him. Beside him were the divine generals and divine paladins. "Lin Ling, you're back." Xingyi saw Lin Ling from afar and immediately smiled. "I'm back." Lin Ling nodded with a smile and walked towards Lei Gong. Lei Gong sized up Lin Ling and suddenly felt that Lin Ling's strength seemed to have improved again. However, he wasn't too sure and said, "Currently, the other gods are all here. You're the only one left." "Yes, because the other gods have been waiting for you for a long time. They also asked Lord Lei Gong to inform you to come back. However, Lord Lei Gong refused and said that you will definitely return in a month's time. Therefore, the other gods could only wait helplessly," Xingyi said. He was very clear that if Lin Ling was an ordinary person, the other trial takers would have already acted out. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was one of the 8 new gods. Therefore, even if those impatient people were in a bad mood, they wouldn't dare to do anything. The purpose of this trip to the 8 gods' heavenly palace is to find the records of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. There are records of the world wills there. Therefore, we hope to find a new world will host. Lei Gong looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded. Currently, he knew that the world wills were Xiaoluan, the one imprisoned by the Dragon Clan, and the one he found in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. In addition to the great god of Spirit Kingdom, there were a total of 4 world wills. However, there were 10 world wills. This meant that there were still 6 world wills. 6 world wills had yet to surface. That record was incomparably crucial. Are you ready? If you are, then let's set off. After Lei Gong gave his instructions, he said to Lin Ling, "During this trip, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Xingyi. How about it?" But Lin Ling nodded. Immediately, everyone flew into the distance. After an unknown period of time, they stopped. To Lin Ling's surprise, the place where they gathered was actually an ancient void. There were a large number of broken ruins, fragments of continents, and rotting buildings floating everywhere. A large number of figures were standing on top of these shattered fragments. Some were sitting cross-legged, while others were looking at their swords. "Lei Gong is here." Suddenly, someone said faintly, causing the eyes of everyone in the void to light up. An ancient aura quietly permeated the air. This kind of momentum naturally had no effect on Lin Ling, but he was still secretly shocked by the hidden dragons and crouching tigers of the 4 great gods. This was because some of the people who appeared here this time had not appeared at Lei Gong's place. "So this is Lin Ling. You're quite arrogant. We've been waiting for 10 days. A cold voice drifted over, causing Lin Ling to look over. He saw a one-eyed burly man wearing a black robe with a cape behind him. He was not weak at all. Lin Ling wondered which god he was. "Everyone is here. Let's get ready to move." At this time, a voice also came over. On a broken island, a large green ox stood there, while an old man rode on top of it. He was none other than the Kurishin. Behind him were two people, Little South and Nyogu. These two were obviously the people who were going to the 8 gods' heavenly palace this time. Get ready to move. The Titanic Crescent God and Eugene also came out one after another. They were the strongest people who competed for the spots last time. These experts were no match for Lin Ling, who was competing for first place. However, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He didn't know why, but he felt that these people were different from last time. On the surface, however, Lin Ling couldn't detect any difference. Open the teleportation array and go straight to the 7th floor. At this moment, the God of Thunder spoke in a dignified voice. He then transmitted a message to Lin Ling. Last time in the 8 gods' celestial palace, the 4 gods finally reached the 7th floor. However, they did not complete the journey. This time, if you have the chance, rush to the 8th floor. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. He looked at the giant ghost on his shoulder and found that the latter was even more excited. 8 gods' heavenly palace. Lin Ling had been there many times. Last time, he reached the 5th floor. As for the 6th floor, Li Xiaoyao had been there before. As for the 7th floor, he had never been there before. However, Lin Ling had the map, so the 7th floor shouldn't be too difficult for Lin Ling. Rumble. Just as Lin Ling was thinking about it, a huge teleportation portal appeared in the void, and billowing energy emanated from it. Lin Ling, this trip won't be simple. You must be careful. Be careful. Xingyi whispered as he and Lin Ling walked side by side. He seemed to have noticed something. Lin Ling nodded. Although he sensed that Xingyi's strength hadn't recovered, he guessed that Lei Gong must have given him a life-saving treasure. Big brother Lin Ling, wait for me. Yes. In the distance, Nyogu and Little South also ran over. They had chosen to walk with Lin Ling. After all, they had fought side by side with Lin Ling in the God realm. They believed in Lin Ling's character. With this, Lin Ling had 4 people on his side. Apart from Xingyi, who was weaker, Little South and Nyogu were not to be underestimated. This made the other 6 people's eyes light up. Soon, the 10 of them arrived at the teleportation array. Looking at the brilliant light flowing around them, their expressions were complicated. Apart from Lin Ling, the others more or less knew about the danger of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Moreover, they had to be wary of the Spirit Nation. In the previous trip to the 8 gods' heavenly palace, the 4 gods had encountered the people of the Spirit Nation. Bang, bang. After an unknown period of time, when the light of the teleportation array reached its limit, a ray of dazzling light bloomed. Then it finally shrunk. By the time they reacted, the teleportation array had disappeared. Inside the teleportation array, the 10 of them seemed to have traversed through the river of time. It seemed like an eternity, but it also seemed like an instant. After a long time, when they opened their eyes, a wild aura filled the air. The air was stuffy, so stuffy that it made them feel like they were about to explode. Looking carefully, there was an ancient forest in front of them. The trees were tall and towered into the clouds. In the air, there were whirlpools formed by air currents that kept spinning. It was very surprising. This is the 7th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. The 10 of them appeared on top of a hill. Compared to the forest in the distance, they were as small as ants. It was as if they had come to the most ancient world. Although it wasn't their first time here, they roughly knew everything about the 7th level from the experts who came here last time. However, after seeing the 7th level with their own eyes, they were still shocked. Chapter 4283. The Ancient Era. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Aya, why are we here? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. They were standing on a giant skeleton. It was unknown whether it was the skeleton of an elephant or some other kind of skeleton. This skeleton was incomparably huge. If one did not look carefully, they would have thought they were standing on a mountain. After that, everyone dispersed. After all, standing on top of a giant bone would make anyone unhappy. This skeleton is a little extraordinary. But just as they left, someone stared at the skeleton with shining eyes. The skeleton was very ancient, but it was as clear as jade. Moreover, one could faintly see divine light emanating from it. Last time, a trial challenger obtained many divine bones on the 7th floor. After leaving, he exchanged them for many treasures. Could this be that kind of divine bone? I heard that this kind of divine bone is countless years old. It's a treasure even older than the era of the gods. Someone's eyes burned with desire. It's mine. But someone else took the initiative to attack. Following that, the two people fought to the death, each of their moves fatal. It could be seen that in the 8 gods' heavenly palace, there were no restraints from the 4 gods. Everyone was unrestrained. Rumble. The two people's attacks were extremely powerful, but when they landed on the surrounding ancient trees, they only caused them to sway a little. Pucci. In the end, one person was seriously injured and spat out blood. The divine bone was taken by the other person. You've got guts. That person coldly snorted and left with his tail between his legs. He hid in the distance, not daring to be arrogant anymore. What an idiot. There are so many divine bones on the 7th floor. Why bother snatching them? At this time, a one-eyed burly man laughed disdainfully. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Ling and laughed. Xingyi, you trash actually have the face to come here. What a waste of food. Since you're going to die here sooner or later, why don't I send you on your way? After the burly man laughed, he walked towards Lin Ling. Without looking into the distance, he stretched out his hand and said, Bone, come. A black shadow shot out and landed in the hand of the expert who had obtained the divine bone before, sucking it over. With the divine bone in hand, countless shadows appeared around the burly man, forming a powerful force that smashed towards Xingyi. This sudden turn of events stunned Xingyi. Little South and the others were also very surprised. But at the critical moment, a sword appeared in front of Xingyi and blocked the bone with a boom. The one who appeared before Xingyi was Lin Ling. Now, he had also fused his innate talent to the first stage. Because he could tell that this tall and sturdy man wasn't weak at all, and he didn't seem like the person who competed for the slot last time. Hee, Lin Ling. The one-eyed man maintained his posture of smashing the bone down, but he also grinned. Your target is me, right? Why do you need to find excuses? Lin Ling said coldly with his giant sword in front of him. Previously, he had been puzzled as to why the man had suddenly gone crazy and attacked Xingyi the moment he entered. However, he soon guessed that the attack on Xingyi was fake, and the attack on Lin Ling was real. My name is Giant Shadow. The one-eyed man was still smiling, but his smile had turned colder, and his single eye had turned pitch black. A large number of shadows appeared behind him, and the shadows of the ancient trees and hills in the distance were all sucked in like ink into the man's back, increasing his strength. A 6th-grade divine fetus. Lin Ling instantly sensed the man's innate talent. Moreover, he was able to absorb the power of the shadows of heaven and earth. But where did this person come from? Why have I never seen him before? The others were also shocked. They couldn't understand how the one-eyed man had become so strong. Only Lin Ling pondered for a moment and finally had a guess. During the Battle of the Yellow Sea, Black Crow Old Man was also like this. His body wasn't strong, but his methods were powerful. Thinking about it, this man called Giant Shadow was the same as Black Crow Old Man. He was a god from the divine realm who borrowed the body of another to revive. However, he didn't have any enmity with Giant Shadow. Could it be Luli Empress? Or Titanic Crescent God? In a short period of time, many thoughts flashed through Lin Ling's mind. However, at this time, the power in front of him became stronger. The power of divinity had reached almost 2,000 strands. Very strong. If Giant Shadow was a trial taker, his strength would be at the level of a new god. However, it was obvious that his identity was a divine general, so he couldn't be a trial taker. Boom. Seeing this, Lin Ling's body exploded with a powerful aura. Stage 2 Innate Talent Fusion. Get lost. Stage 2 Innate Talent had 1,500 strands of power of divinity. In addition to the terrifying divine fetus and realm essence, it immediately pushed Giant Shadow back. However, when he looked at Giant Shadow again, he still had a maniacal smile on his face. There was no trace of fear. Kakaka. On the contrary, the huge divine bone let out a crisp sound. Then cracks appeared on it and finally it exploded. Boom! Countless broken bones shot to the ground, so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. Ha! The one-eyed man turned into a shadow and floated back, standing on the ground and laughing loudly. So strong. Everyone stared at the laughing one-eyed man, and the respect in their eyes became even stronger. After all, they knew how strong Lin Ling was. However, who would have thought that giant shadow, who didn't reveal his true strength, would be able to fight against Lin Ling? Giant shadow, I told you that Lin Ling is not simple, but you didn't believe me. At this time, a man not far away spoke. This man was very short and thin, and he stood there wearing a large armor. He gave off a very strange feeling. It's Xiao Er. As for the man, everyone naturally recognized him. He was a trial taker of the Titanic Crescent God. However, he was usually very ordinary and didn't stand out. Hee, dragon, he is indeed very strong. Giant Shadow smiled and nodded, then walked towards the short armored man. One tall and one short, one thin and one strong, it was a very attractive combination. The short man had his hands behind his back, and he was still looking at Lin Ling with a strange light in his eyes. He didn't speak for a while, but for some reason, an invisible aura quietly spread out from his body. This aura was very terrifying, and it sounded like a roar, but no sound could be heard. It was extremely strange. How did Xiao Er become so strong? Noticing this, the people were even more surprised. Lin Ling, did you feel it? Giant Ghost, who was on Lin Ling's shoulder, asked softly. I felt it, but I wasn't sure at first. Now I'm a bit sure. Lin Ling nodded, but the surprise in his heart was even stronger. He wasn't surprised by the strength of the other party. After all, Lin Ling was confident that he could kill the other party in one move if he used his full strength. Instead, he was surprised to meet such a divine embryo body. A roar suddenly sounded. The short man was still standing, but his head changed, and it turned into a dragon head. Dragon! Chapter 4284. Lin Ling, you're a mixed bloodline. Don't tell me you don't plan to bow when you meet the pure bloodline of this dragon. At that moment, Xiao Er finally spoke. Dragon? That's right, he was a member of the dragon clan. The purest bloodline of the dragon god. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth also cracked. He had sensed it long ago. The dragon race also had a hierarchy. Back then, the ghost dragon god he encountered in the rainbow world was a lowly existence among the dragon race. As for the elder he encountered in the Kaiyuan River, he was the most orthodox dragon god. He could unify the entire dragon race. Lin Ling also sensed the purest bloodline of the dragon god from the short man in front of him. Although Lin Ling had the purest bloodline of the dragon clan, he was only a member of the dragon clan and not a dragon god. Are all dragon gods this small? You're not even as tall as me and you have to raise your head to look at me. You should be the one bowing. Alright. Lin Ling put away his thoughts and said with a smile. He looked at Xiao Er with contempt. Hearing that, Xiao Er also smiled, but his smile was very hideous. Because he was not tall, he indeed had to look up at Lin Ling. However, as the dragon clan's crown prince, how could he suffer such humiliation? Buzz buzz buzz. However, just as he was about to unleash his full strength, suddenly, an ear-piercing sound came from the forest. It grew louder and gradually became deafening. What's happening? It feels like it's moving very fast. Everyone frowned and looked at the ancient forest far away. They saw groups of black shadows flying out from the mountain-like trees. They were mighty and everywhere they passed, it was as if life was plunged into misery and suffering. Chirp chirp. A huge cicada the size of a cow flew out from a huge tree, but it let out a panicked cry. However, it was quickly drowned by the black shadows. With a smack, a cicada shell fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. The cicada had been sucked clean. Moreover, more and more huge insects flew out from the huge tree. Some escaped the devouring of the black shadows while others did not. However, without exception, as long as they were entangled by the black shadows, They could not escape death. Everyone was still standing where they were, watching the rhinoceros-sized insect fly over their heads. They were all dumbfounded. Little South, Sankey, hurry up and leave. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also cried out anxiously. From the giant ghost's introduction, he knew that those were world mosquitoes, and they were incredibly terrifying existences. Back in the age of the gods, even the gods would have to retreat. However, these world mosquitoes rarely gathered in swarms, and if hundreds of them gathered together, the gods would not be able to do anything. If he was afraid, he would grab them and use them to forge treasures. But now, there were more than just a few hundred of them, there were millions of them. Go! Little South had trained with Lin Ling before. She knew that if Lin Ling sounded anxious, things would be troublesome. Therefore, she took Sankey and fled as fast as they could. The others were still in a daze, but when one of them was completely devoured, they finally reacted and quickly chased in the direction of the Little South. The person who had been devoured was the one who had been injured while fighting for the divine bone. Look, Lin Ling and the others haven't left yet. As they fled, they looked back at the same time. They saw that outside the ancient forest, 3 figures were still standing there. They were like the peak of Mount Tai, unmoving. And they were Lin Ling, Xiao Er, and the giant shadow. This also shocked the crowd at Lin Ling and the others' courage. They were not afraid of those terrifying mosquitoes. The ferocious mosquito cloud spread out, devouring everything. However, the 3 of them were still as steady as Mount Tai in the storm. Outside their bodies, powerful auras burst forth, repelling all the world mosquitoes that rushed over. And they had already lost their sense of the world. They could only hear the endless buzzing of mosquitoes in their minds. Lin Ling, come and fight. Suddenly, a roar sounded. Xiao Er attacked, transforming into a black dragon god. He opened his mouth wide and roared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's heart thumped. His body exploded, and he transformed into a dragon. Lin Ling already had the ability to transform into a dragon. It was just that he was more used to fighting in his human form. In the billowing sea of world mosquitoes, the 2 dragons roared. It was as if they were playing with pearls, as if they were fighting for supremacy. Rumble. They overturned rivers and seas, sending all the world mosquitoes around them flying. It was terrifying. This Lin Ling is indeed very strong. The giant shadow had a serious expression. All along, he had thought that Lin Ling was only SO. No matter how famous he was among the 4 great gods, he did not care about him. But now, he finally knew how strong Lin Ling was. After all, not many among the 4 great gods could go head-to-head with Xiao Er. This title of new god is well-deserved. Finally, the giant shadow nodded. Rumble. And Lin Ling and Xiao Er's dragon battle gradually turned from dragon form to human form. Like giants, they fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked. Xiao Er, go all out. Lin Ling, go all out. For a moment, Xiao Er was suppressed by Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had too many tricks up his sleeve. Other than the 2nd stage of fusion, he also had the Bodhi Testimony Divine Technique, 8,000 Great Heavenly Flames, and the 4th stage of the Luai's true form, 1 Thunder 2 Flashes. And this was Lin Ling's strength without using the Step of Wisdom. Moreover, Lin Ling had been suppressing his trump card, which was the 3rd stage of fusion. Because this was reserved for Luli Empress. Look, those mosquitoes aren't rushing over. They're all surrounding Lin Ling and the rest. Far away, Little South and the rest stopped and looked at the battle in shock. Because the intensity of this battle was not inferior to the battle between Lin Ling and the Crown Prince. Buzz, buzz, buzz. And in the ancient forest, more and more world mosquitoes appeared, blotting out the sky. Lin Ling, you have to go because the number of world mosquitoes has reached 10 billion. If you stay any longer, you'll be in danger. At this moment, the giant ghost on Lin Ling's shoulder reminded him, because these are greedy mosquitoes that have been infected by the will of the 8 gods. They're stronger than ordinary world mosquitoes. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. The tyrannical song in his hand clashed with Xiao Er a few more times. He had no intention of leaving. Looking at the giant shadow again, he had been standing there all this time, but after seeing the rumbling mosquito swarm, he was clearly panicking. "Dragon, I'll take my leave first." He didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned into a huge shadow and flowed along the ground like water, rushing out of the mosquito swarm. Even so, he was still swallowed up quite a bit. Specks of white light appeared in his shadow. Damn, why are these mosquitoes getting crazier? This also made the giant shadow curse angrily. As for Xiao Er, he was like an injured wolf. He floated in the air and looked angrily at Lin Ling. This was because he hadn't been able to gain the upper hand in the previous clash. Instead, he had been suppressed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling, a branch dragon, humiliated him, the dragon god crown prince. In his opinion, Lin Ling was offending his superior. Chapter 4285. Bastard, why isn't this Lin Ling afraid? Could it be that he wants to die with me? I just came out from the Dragon Clan. I wanted to change the era and raise the prestige of the Dragon Clan, but who knew that the first opponent I met, Lin Ling, would make me lose face? I can't lose to him. Xiao Er kept roaring in his heart, but in the end he was afraid. He transformed into his dragon form and chased after the giant shadow. This escape undoubtedly left him with a huge shame, and it was also a shame that could not be erased. Stupid dragon! Seeing that Xiao Er had escaped, Lin Ling also sneered. Then, he did not plan to stay any longer and rushed forward crazily. However, the mosquito swarm had become incomparably huge. Even if they were very fast, it would take a lot of time to rush out of the mosquito swarm. On the distant land, Little South and the others were standing on giant trees. They used their magical powers and stared at the shocking dark clouds in the distance. Look, the giant shadow is rushing out. After a while, someone suddenly exclaimed. They saw a large shadow appear in the direction of their gaze. It then transformed into a person and immediately fled in a certain direction. This person was obviously the giant shadow. Behind him was Xiao Er. At this moment, although he had transformed into a dragon, his face was anxious and panicked, and he looked a little embarrassed. I didn't expect that Xiao Er would lose to Lin Ling. Someone immediately sighed. He knew that in the confrontation between Xiao Er and Lin Ling, Xiao Er had escaped first. However, Lin Ling is very likely to be dead. Someone else spoke. This made Little South and the others frown. They also stared into the distance. Almost at the same time, a monster finally rushed out from the distance. Its back was full of gorgeous tentacles, but its body was full of clanking potholes. It was bitten by the world mosquitoes. He was Lin Ling. Seeing this, Little South and the others clenched their fists in excitement. The others were terrified because they could not stay in the ferocious mosquito swarm for 15 minutes. However, not only did Lin Ling stay for an hour, he was still alive. However, just as Lin Ling was about to rush out of the mosquito swarm, a sudden change occurred. A woman in a black robe strangely appeared in front of Lin Ling. At the same time, she stretched out her palm and pointed it at Lin Ling from afar. On her palm, a dazzling light wave appeared. She had gathered 2,000 strands of divine power. Normally, this level of divine power would not be able to hurt Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was now that he was escaping from the world mosquito's encirclement. The situation was very urgent. It's her Nian Wire. When Little South saw the woman, he was shocked. That was because the woman was a trial taker from Eugene. Her strength was also ordinary. Like Zhu Ying, she did not reveal her strength. However, at that moment, she could erupt with 2,000 strands of divine power. That was too terrifying. Something's not right. The people who entered the 8 gods' heavenly palace this time do not seem to be the same people from before. Beside him, Niu frowned. Previously, it was Zhu Ying and Xiao Er. Now it was Nian Wire. Everything was strange. Lin Ling, I'm sorry. At that moment, the woman floated in the air and said expressionlessly. After she finished speaking, her palm released a huge light wave that blasted toward Lin Ling. At that moment, Lin Ling stopped rushing forward. He looked at the woman coldly and said, "Why?" You don't need to know the reason. However, the woman shook her head. After she finished speaking, she turned around and left. She looked as if she was doing something very normal. Do you know that doing this will get you killed? Lin Ling said coldly, allowing the mosquito swarm behind him to engulf him. Ha! Unfortunately, the woman roared with laughter. She seemed to be a delicate woman, yet her laughter was filled with heroic spirit. Of course, it carried a wisp of ridicule and disdain. Because as far as she was concerned, Lin Ling would definitely die if he was drowned by the swarm of mosquitoes. Kill me? What a joke! Buzz. Buzz. She did not even look behind her. However, everything was as she had guessed. The huge mosquito swarm had completely engulfed Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had to fight against the woman's divine power. This short period of time was enough for the world mosquitoes to arrive. Brother Lin Ling. In the distance, Little South and the others shouted anxiously. However, just as Lin Ling was about to be engulfed, they saw Lin Ling say to them, "Go." What he meant was that he wanted them to leave first. Brother Lin Ling. Little South's eyes were moist. However, he still followed Lin Ling's instructions and left with Xingyi and the others. At this moment, the huge shadow and Xiao Air appeared not far away. They looked at the mosquito swarm that was engulfed and their pupils constricted. In their eyes, the huge mosquito swarm was like a divine beast that opened its huge mouth and engulfed the heavens and the earth. These world mosquitoes, if placed in the land of the 9 states, would be engulfed by them. Unless the 4 great deities take action, who can subdue them? The huge shadow said anxiously. Xiao Air sneered. Instead, he looked at Nian Wire, who flew back and said indifferently, "This woman is so ruthless." She attacked at the crucial moment and took Lin Ling's life. It seems that father was right. No matter what era it is, strength is everything. However, sometimes, schemes can be used to defeat the strong, turning defeat into victory. Let's go. Then, the two did not stay any longer and ran into the distance. At this moment, in the terrifying cloud of world mosquitoes, a figure kept retreating. The densely packed world mosquitoes flooded over at the same time. Lin Ling, you must rush out of the world mosquitoes immediately because the world mosquitoes will emit sound waves that will interfere with your direction. If you are trapped inside, unless you are completely engulfed, you will never be able to get out. The huge ghost's voice sounded among the buzzing of mosquitoes, with a hint of anxiety. However, Lin Ling had already shot down from the sky and landed on the ground. With his hands behind his back, he said indifferently, "Mere world mosquitoes want to hurt me, Lin Ling." After he finished speaking, an extremely terrifying soul power erupted. It was like an endless wave that surged out in all directions. Crash! Wherever the soul power passed, a large number of world mosquitoes' soul power was forcefully shattered and fell to the ground like rain. This guy! The huge ghost witnessed this scene with its own eyes and was tongue-tied. It was obvious that Lin Ling's current strength had long exceeded its imagination. The 4,000 years of bitter cultivation back then was not in vain. Until now, Lin Ling had dominated the void of the 9 states. However, he had never used his full strength because there was no opponent that could make him use his full strength. Step of wisdom, Lin Ling said softly. Like a brilliant heavenly power, a huge soul circle appeared around his body and protected him firmly. When the world mosquitoes came close, they were all sealed, or they were forcefully shocked to death. Just like that, Lin Ling walked forward step by step. The direction he was heading in was obviously another direction. Chapter 4286. If Xiao Air and the giant shadow were here, they would definitely be scared pale. This was because Lin Ling clearly did not use his full strength in the battle with them. In fact, he did not even use 70% of his strength. As for Nian Wire, if she saw Lin Ling walking in the world mosquito cloud like it was his backyard, she would definitely regret her previous actions. Because that move of his had completely destroyed her path of survival. As time passed, the nearby world mosquito no longer dared to approach Lin Ling. They treated Lin Ling as a dead object and avoided him. Then, they turned into an ocean and flew into the distance. After a long time, Lin Ling's figure appeared on the ground. He put away the stare of wisdom and looked into the distance. Next, he took out the map of the 7th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Lei Gong told me to protect St. Guy. However, with Little South and Nyogur around, St. Guy should not be in any danger. After all, their target is me. On the contrary, St. Guy will be in danger if he follows me. Now, I'll follow the map to find the records. Oh right, the giant ghost, you're here. Did you notice something on the 7th level? Yes. Lin Ling looked at the map and said to the giant ghost on his shoulder. I can sense that evil ghost is here too. Yes. The giant ghost floated up and looked into the distance. Then he said word by word. This is interesting. Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling was not afraid. Instead, he revealed an expectant smile. Looking at the map in his hand, he realized that the map recorded that after passing through the ancient forest, they would reach another area. That seemed to be another core area of the 7th level. The central area was drawn in blood on the map, indicating the importance of this area. Last time, the 4 gods allowed people to enter the 7th level. However, they did not explore the entire area. Therefore, it is not certain that no one has been to the central area. After all, on the map, there is an underground palace on the other side. I think they went to that underground palace last time. Lin Ling guessed. Lin Ling, I have a feeling that evil ghost and the rest have gone to the 8th level. The giant ghost sensed and said, also, it has sensed my arrival. Then let's go to the central area. Lin Ling immediately moved in the direction indicated on the map. Crush. This ancient forest was very large. Lin Ling felt as if he was an ant as he walked. The ground was covered with fallen leaves the size of boats. Below these leaves, one could faintly see divine bones that were as white as jade. There are a lot of divine bones. Let's collect them first. Lin Ling summoned the evil ghost jellyfish and continuously moved the divine bones hidden underground. Soon after, his harvest also increased. In the end, he carried a huge elephant leg bone and majestically moved forward. However, the further they went, the quieter it became, and not even the sound of insects could be heard. This caused Lin Ling to feel a wisp of uneasiness. Lin Ling, something's not right. The giant ghost seemed to have sensed something as well, and its voice turned grave. Lin Ling nodded. This feeling is very oppressive, and even with my strength, I can feel it. I'm afraid there's an extremely terrifying existence in the depths. Why don't we leave this forest? The giant ghost immediately suggested. However, Lin Ling shook his head. This forest is very large, and we've been walking for a long time. If we leave now, we'll waste a lot of time. Let's continue moving forward. Lin Ling immediately activated the 2nd stage of the fusion talent and wrapped his soul power around his body as he carefully moved forward. As he walked deeper, Lin Ling's heart felt even more oppressed. He felt as if he had returned to ancient times. Everything around him was so grand and ancient, and he felt so small. Suddenly, cries came from the front. These cries were very strange and made one's scalp tingle. Not good, there's a mysterious force coming. Lin Ling stopped and frowned. After hearing the cries, he didn't know why, but a wave of sadness rose in his heart. This sadness was like a tide, spreading to Lin Ling's entire soul. However, Lin Ling's soul power was too strong, so he only felt slightly uncomfortable and didn't feel any discomfort at all. Bodhi-proof divine technique. Lin Ling immediately recited the technique, and the Bodhi light appeared in his dantian, illuminating it and expelling the side effects of the cries. Let's continue moving forward. After a while, Lin Ling continued moving forward. Woo-woo. The more he moved forward, the louder the cries became. In the end, he could faintly see shadows floating among the mountain-like ancient trees. Woo-woo. Moreover, a shadow was shooting toward Lin Ling, and its speed had reached 100,000 world speed. Even among the 4 great gods, there were very few who could match such speed. A huge claw swept toward Lin Ling, and its strength was also terrifying. It had no physical strength, no world essence, and no divine energy, but it had the power of the divine steps. Clang. Lin Ling's expression changed, and he swept out the divine bone in his hand. However, when it collided with the claw, the divine bone instantly shattered, and a terrifying force pushed Lin Ling back, shocking him. One had to know that he had fused his innate talent to the second stage, and his world essence, divine energy, and physical strength had all reached new heights. However, he was still sent flying, which showed how powerful the mysterious thing was. Boom, boom. Many mountain-like ancient trees were pierced through by Lin Ling. Finally, Lin Ling stopped the terrifying momentum. Then, he looked down at his arm and saw that there were claw marks on it. A gray energy seemed to corrode his arm. What kind of monster is this? Lin Ling was shocked again. Lin Ling, this is bad, more and more shadows are coming. At this time, the giant ghost's voice rang out. At this moment, Lin Ling was leaning against a huge tree. The tree had a huge hole, so Lin Ling looked outside and saw that the gray shadows were like ghosts, shuttling back and forth, flying toward Lin Ling. Ooh. The scalp-numbing cries were getting louder and louder. It's grief. At this time, the giant ghost suddenly thought of something and shouted in a serious tone. What's grief? Lin Ling also noticed that the situation was getting more and more troublesome. One of the 7 emotions of the 8 gods, the immature form of grief. The giant ghost said word by word. If the giant ghost was one of the 7 emotions of the 8 gods, then these strange shadows were also one of them, representing grief. I'll help you. Help. Then, the giant ghost no longer hid its strength, and a wave of terrifying malice rushed into the sky, directly crushing the tree hole. Whoosh! Chapter 4287. Could it be that the old man looked like one of the 8 gods? Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the giant ghost again, only to see the giant ghost floating there, staring at the shadows. It was stunned and very excited. However, the shadows, which had just been sent flying, were now rushing over with the speed of 100,000 worlds. Leave this place. Leave. Lin Ling knew that he could not fight against those shadows. The most important thing was to leave this place. He saw a huge claw reaching for the giant ghost. However, the giant ghost was still in a daze, as if it had seen its master. Giant ghost! Leave! Lin Ling shouted anxiously. Unfortunately, the giant ghost was still indifferent. Seeing that the giant ghost was about to be in danger, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Finally, a low voice sounded for the first time in the 9 prefectures void. 3rd stage. Leave. Boom. 7 different forces rushed into the sky. The 7 divine embryos collided violently, destroying the ancient trees in a radius of 10,000 miles. If one looked from afar, they could see 7 different colored lights illuminating the world. Swoosh. In the open space, a figure stood up like an ancient god. Almost at the same time, the shadow's claw appeared in front of the giant ghost. Shio. However, a hand quickly appeared on the giant ghost's neck. It grabbed it by the neck and disappeared. With a rumble, the claw swept across and cut open the ground. However, the giant ghost was already gone. Lin Ling. Leave. The giant ghost finally reacted. It turned its head in disbelief and saw a man holding its neck and flying forward with a cold expression. His speed had reached the terrifying speed of 150,000 worlds. Lin Ling, you still have some tricks up your sleeve. Leave. The giant ghost's voice trembled. After all, this was the first time Lin Ling had used the 3rd stage innate talent fusion in the 9 prefectures void. Therefore, it was also the first time it had seen it. However, what shocked the giant ghost was that Lin Ling didn't change at all after the 3rd stage of talent fusion. There were no flames or lightning, and there were no tentacles behind him. However, the more ordinary Lin Ling was, the more terrifying he was. No, his clothes have turned gray. Perhaps it was due to the influence of the power, or perhaps it was due to some other reason, but the giant ghost discovered that Lin Ling's blue robe had already turned gray. God. Gray-robed Lin Ling? The giant ghost had a feeling that in the current 9 states, other than the people it did not know, only the 4 great gods could suppress Lin Ling. Whoosh, whoosh. As Lin Ling crazily rushed forward, the shadow behind him was also hot on his heels. Rumble! Lin Ling opened up a path in front and directly crashed into the huge ancient trees, creating a huge hole in the huge trees. Because the huge trees were too big, it was a waste of time to go around the huge trees. However, this time, just as Lin Ling broke through the giant tree, a cry sounded from the tree hole. Soon after, a huge claw swept towards him. Clang! Lin Ling was expressionless as he slashed out with his sword. The shadow was swept away by Lin Ling's sword. This sword also shocked the giant ghost because this was the most powerful Lin Ling it had seen since it met Lin Ling. After sweeping away the shadow, Lin Ling's expression was still cold because he sensed that the shadow was not injured at all. Moreover, there was more than one shadow that represented grief. If he was entangled, even Lin Ling would have a hard time. Without stopping, Lin Ling rushed towards the ancient forest as if he had traveled through time and space. This rush crossed mountains and ridges as if Quafu was chasing the sun. If this was the 9 provinces, with this speed, 2 hours would be enough to cover the entire north region. However, this ancient forest was still not the end. The time is getting shorter and shorter. Lin Ling's long hair was blown up by the wind, but he also let out a low voice. What time? The giant ghost was still being held by Lin Ling by the neck like a little chick, but it also let out a suspicious voice. The time for the 3rd stage of innate talent fusion. Lin Ling finally turned to look at the giant ghost and said word by word, "At most, I can last for 3 more incense sticks of time." Lin Ling clearly did not have complete control over the 3rd stage of innate talent fusion. It consumed too much soul force. Moreover, if not for the fact that his soul force was stronger than when he was in the Kingdom of Eternity, he would have already lost the fusion state. 3 incense sticks of time. The giant ghost's expression also turned ugly. Time quietly passed. 3 incense sticks of time quietly approached. Lin Ling's figure began to change. His aura receded like a tide, causing the giant ghost to panic. Are we going to die here? Lin Ling was still flying, but he also felt that his strength was constantly draining. His 150,000 world speed continued to weaken. Instead, a large number of cries came from behind him. Those shadows were getting closer and closer. I thought that after my return, apart from the 4 gods, I would be invincible. Who knew that I would lose my life in an ancient forest? Lin Ling gritted his teeth and said when he sensed the approaching shadows. Only now did he realize that he had been too confident in the past. Lin Ling there. Suddenly, the giant ghost pointed ahead and said, the originally flat ground began to turn into a cliff. Moreover, the rumbling sound of water gradually came, deafening. This also caused Lin Ling's eyes to burn. His desire to live grew stronger and stronger. Where he looked, he could vaguely see a black waterfall. The mysterious black liquid smashed down from the sky. It was very majestic. However, Lin Ling's speed had become very slow. On the contrary, the shadows behind him were getting closer and closer. Jump into the waterfall and you still have a chance to live. Lin Ling, quick. Life and death were on the line, so the giant ghost's voice became more and more anxious. Quick. Lin Ling also roared. But at this time, 3 shadows came from behind, 3 claws sweeping out. Lin Ling. The giant ghost couldn't help but angrily shout, his voice full of worry. Step of wisdom. But at this time, Lin Ling's eyes turned red. He released the last bit of his soul force. After using it, Lin Ling felt a splitting headache. Rumble. In the end, Lin Ling could only feel 3 powerful attacks landing on his body, but they also sent him flying forward. Finally, he flew off the cliff and was submerged by the black waterfall. Rumble. In his ears, there was only a deafening sound. Then Lin Ling fell unconscious. In the crazy waves, the giant ghost held Lin Ling's clothes in its mouth, not letting Lin Ling sink to the bottom. Then they drifted with the waves. This waterfall was very, very high. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling finally fell into the water. Then, he was pushed by the current and gradually reached the shore. Oh! After a long time on the shore, Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he heard was the sound of rushing water. He couldn't help but look back. He saw himself lying on the shore, the pitch-black water flowing forward like a river yu. I made it! Chapter 4288. We made it! Lin Ling lifted the giant ghost up and laughed heartily. Only he knew how dangerous the situation was. If he had been a second slower, he and the giant ghost would have died here. Right, what are those things? Why are they so strong? Lin Ling asked curiously. One of the wills of the 8 gods, the will of sorrow. However, it did not become a will, but a mournful thought. If it had become a will, it would have been one of the giant ghosts. The giant ghost looked up at the endless waterfall and said with a nostalgic look in its eyes. But these mournful wills are really strong. Is it because they have been in the 8 gods' heavenly palace for a long time? Lin Ling asked. The giant ghost nodded. It should be. The mournful wills can grow stronger with time and they have no consciousness. Therefore, they are stronger than me and the evil ghost. Lin Ling was secretly cautious. The 8 gods had 8 faces. Now that evil, and sorrow had appeared, who knew what they would encounter next? If they were all as strong as the mournful wills, Lin Ling had already planned to leave the 8 gods' heavenly palace. After all, he could only dodge their attacks with all his strength. He could not fight them at all. However, we seem to have rushed out of the ancient forest. The red central area is getting closer and closer. Lin Ling took out the map and checked it. He smiled and recovered. After a long time, when Lin Ling recovered, he checked his body and found that his soul force had improved. His cultivation had reached the limit of breaking through at any time. 9th level Martial God Realm. One more step and I will be at the peak of the Martial God Realm. Lin Ling clenched his fists. He brought the giant ghost with him and continued on his journey. Looking into the distance, this was no longer an ancient forest, but a barren hill. The ground was littered with boulders, which were as large as mountains, and filled with an ancient aura. Rumble! At this time, a mammoth as tall as the clouds was striding across the distance. Its size exceeded what Lin Ling had seen before. The divine elephant enslaved by the Ling nation in the divine world could not compare to this mammoth. Could these be collected by the 8 gods in the ancient times? Yes. Look at that ancient turtle, it is also huge. Is that a turtle? I thought it was one of your islands. However, these enormous ancient divine beasts seem to be very peaceful and have no hostility. Lin Ling and the giant ghost walked as they passed one hill after another. They were getting closer and closer to the red area. But at that moment, rumbling sounds came from ahead. The entire sky lit up, and then it darkened. It was as if there was a great battle in the distance, and that battle was extremely intense. Someone? Lin Ling was taken aback, and guesses immediately popped up in his mind. Could it be someone from the Spirit Nation? Immediately, Lin Ling sneaked over as well. Then, he stood at the foot of a hill and looked into the distance. In the distance, there was a vast grassland. A large number of people were gathered there, and an intense battle was taking place. Looking carefully, they seemed to be divided into 3 camps. One of the camps was led by a woman, and they were all extremely powerful. Moreover, other than that woman, the others were all tall and slender, and their arms reached to their knees. It was very strange. Looking at the other camp, they were dressed in black armor, and their bodies were hidden in the armor. They were led by a young man. The people in these 2 camps had a common characteristic, and that was that their skin was very dark. What a strange person, he is not from the Spirit Nation. Lin Ling could not help but be surprised. Lin Ling, did you notice that the people leading the 2 camps have unfathomable power suppressed in their bodies? However, for some reason, that power seems to be sealed, so they cannot use it. The giant ghost beside him said. After being reminded by the giant ghost, Lin Ling also began to investigate. He found that the hidden jia qi in their bodies was indeed unfathomable, and they seemed to be experts of the deity realm. However, at least 60% of that power was sealed, so it was only the strength of the peak martial god realm. Fight! While Lin Ling was observing, the young man had already taken the initiative to attack. He held a huge ball in his hand. The ball was bound by chains and was 2 meters wide. It was huge, but it was extremely light in his hand. Boom! Like an iron ball, the huge ball smashed down, and the sky immediately darkened, then became bright again. That kind of power was undoubtedly terrifying. That person's strength is not weak, he is even stronger than Xiao Air. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. After all, if it was Xiao Air, Lin Ling could defeat him with a second fusion, but to defeat the person from before, it was a little difficult. Under the young man's attack, the people he brought also attacked. They rode on the huge black armored horses, making some unknown sounds, and rushed forward. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. However, the person they besieged was not weak either. His body was hazy with wind and rain, making it impossible for people to see his appearance. However, with a point of his finger, the wind and rain blew, making it difficult for the huge black armored horses to get close. What a familiar feeling, giant ghost. Don't you feel that the power that those people are using seems to have been seen somewhere before? Lin Ling stared at the huge black armored horses and frowned. I have the same feeling, and what they said seems to have heard it before. The giant ghost nodded. Then, the two of them looked at each other, and their eyes instantly lit up. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Wasn't that the sound of the underworld cavalry rushing out when Lin Ling opened the underworld world massacre order? Could it be that those were people from the underworld? Thinking of this, Lin Ling and the giant ghost were both shocked. So they are people from the underworld. No wonder that whoosh 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 is so familiar. The giant ghost nodded in realization. Why did the underworld also come to the 8 gods' heavenly palace? Could it be that there is something in the 8 gods' heavenly palace that they want? Lin Ling pondered, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Could it be for the 8 gods' record? The 8 gods' record recorded the new world will host body, and to the underworld, only this kind of treasure could attract them. What is the relationship between the world will and the underworld? Lin Ling really did not understand the purpose of the underworld, but his eyes stared at the person shrouded in wind and rain, and suddenly smiled. That is treasure god Nanwu Fengyu. He never thought that treasure god Nanwu Fengyu would appear here. Go help him. Immediately, Lin Ling did not hesitate and rushed forward. At this moment, the sky was filled with wind and rain, sealing off a part of the world, looking very domineering. No matter how the black armored horses rushed over, they could not get close to the world. Whoosh 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 whoosh, this person is so strong. Who is it? The young man attacked for a long time without success, and finally faced the mysterious person directly. Chapter 4289. Soul Sealer of the Underworld, you're useless. At this moment, the woman who had been watching from the side said disdainfully. Then, she signaled with her eyes, and the experts behind her attacked treasure god Nanwu Fengyu. Rumble. Powerful nether energy came and drowned everything. Dark clouds rolled and covered the sky. However, after the dark clouds passed, the world ahead was still stormy. Within it, the old man's figure could be vaguely seen, and he was still unharmed. Nanwu, you're useless too. In my opinion, we should work together. Seeing this, the young man sneered. He didn't waste any more words. A token appeared in his hand, and he muttered something. Rumble. Behind him, an ancient bronze door appeared silently. Then, it slowly opened, and wisps of dense nether chi continuously gushed out. This time, you're still not dead. The sneer on the young man's face deepened. Almost at the same time, the underworld cavalry finally charged out of the huge bronze gate behind him. They were majestic and tall. If one were to look carefully, they would only be able to see that they were wearing black armor. There was no one to be seen. These nether riders were obviously real nether riders. Underworld Massacre Order, it seems like you're really from the underworld. Seeing this, an old voice finally sounded from the world of wind and rain. It seemed to have confirmed something. So what if you know? Bulmenda. The young man didn't care about treasure god Nanwolfern Yu at all. He waved his hand, and countless nether riders charged into the world of wind and rain. In his opinion, once the underworld massacre order was issued, the old man would definitely die. The underworld massacre order was so terrifying that even the martial god of Duan lineage had to avoid it. It was indeed terrifying. However, he was facing treasure god Nanwolfern Yu, a real god. An extremely dignified cold snort was heard, and the world that was swaying in the wind and rain suddenly turned into a violent gale. Swoosh! The seemingly simple raindrops became as sharp as arrows under the fierce wind, and they were mixed with the power of the gods. When they landed on the bodies of the netherworld cavalry that were charging over, they destroyed everything as easily as breaking through dry weeds. Ding, ding. The black nether riders were all pierced and turned into dust. However, what was surprising was that these underworld cavalry seemed to be souls. After their armor was destroyed, they still couldn't see the person wearing the armor. In the blink of an eye, the netherworld cavalry that had charged out of the bronze gate had been completely annihilated. Looks like I've underestimated you. You must be a god. Seeing this, the young man did not reveal a panicked expression. Instead, he spoke in a serious tone. Because he was very clear that the underworld cavalry that rushed out of the bronze gate was different from the underworld cavalry that he brought out. The underworld cavalry that came out of the gate had a might that did not fear anything. World essence and divine energy could not harm them, only the divine steps could. In the current JoJo void, there were very few people who possessed the power of the steps of the gods, unless they were gods. Since you know, why aren't you running? In the sky, the wind and rain dissipated, revealing treasure god Nanwolfern Yu with his hands behind his back. Old man, if my power had not been sealed, you might not be my match. The young man sneered without any fear. At the same time, he stretched out his finger and shook it as he said, "Although you are very powerful, you can't kill me. The only one who can kill me is Lord Underworld God. Once I find a new body, my strength will be unsealed again. At that time, you will be able to kill me. When that time comes, you will know how powerful I am." Is that so? Treasure god Nanwolfern Yu nodded. Suddenly, he looked to the other side and smiled. There is a decent body over there. Why don't you try to seize it? He was pointing at Lin Ling, who was charging over. Obviously, with his strength, he had already sensed Lin Ling's arrival and was surprised that Lin Ling, this brat, had come here. But hearing this, the young man looked in Lin Ling's direction. Then, his eyes lit up and he rubbed his chin to size him up. A decent body. You are a level 9 martial god and can contain a lot of my power. Moreover, you have a divine fetus and your level is not low. This body is not bad. I've searched high and low for it, only to find it without any effort. As he spoke, his entire body erupted with powerful realm essence, and nether chi surged out. Brat, I want your body. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, I will fulfill them for you. In the young man's opinion, Lin Ling's body already belonged to him. The soul sealer of the underworld is quite lucky to have found a decent body as soon as he arrived. The woman in the distance said with jealousy. She knew that people from the underworld like them had to seize a human's body if they wanted to display their strength. The stronger the body, the more strength they could display. The underworld chi surged toward Lin Ling like a cloud, trying to occupy Lin Ling's body. At the same time, Lin Ling smirked when he saw the young man's attack. To be honest, if the young man could unleash his full strength, Lin Ling would have no choice but to use the third stage innate talent fusion. Unfortunately, the young man could not use much strength at the moment. He estimated that he could only use 40% of his strength. Already. Seize my body? Lin Ling used the second stage innate talent fusion and lunged forward. It was as if they were going to fight head-on. His action undoubtedly shocked the woman in the distance. She wondered if Lin Ling had lost his mind. The young man was startled. Then he laughed wildly. You must be tired of living. Instead of running away, you chose to fight me head-on. The dark cloud that he had transformed into quickly engulfed Lin Ling. However, just as he was about to devour Lin Ling's body, a sacred and ancient power suddenly suppressed him. It was like the power of a god, and it actually sealed all of his dark cloud. Steps of the gods. The young man was stunned. How could a random person have the steps of the gods? He, who was sealed by the steps of wisdom, lost the ability to resist. Although he was in the dense underworld cloud, a sword quickly slashed toward him and struck his body. Then, a figure was sent flying and smashed into the grassland like a cannonball. Boom! The entire prairie shook, and the experts of the underworld were all shocked. The woman in the distance was so shocked that her mouth was wide open. The underworld soul sealer, he was sent flying? And by a nameless human brat? This guy really doesn't give face. Only treasure god Nanhua Fenyu was not surprised. He knew that Lin Ling's strength was not weak. Even he would need to use 60% of his strength to defeat Lin Ling. Rumble. Chapter 4290. Floating in the air, the young man spoke in a low voice. Clearly, he knew that someone who could send him flying in one move was not simple. Staring at the young man, Lin Ling was also surprised by his opponent's strength. He said calmly, "Trial taker, Lin Ling." "Yes." The young man and woman's expressions changed and they exclaimed at the same time, "8 new gods of the current generation?" "Yes." This surprised Lin Ling. He didn't expect himself to be so famous that even the experts of the underworld knew his name. "You're Lin Ling, the second trial taker under Lei Gong?" "Yes." The young man rubbed his face that was hit by Lin Ling's sword and said coldly, "Yes, what can I do for you?" "Yes." Lin Ling smiled and said casually, "There's nothing to teach. I've heard a lot about you. Now that I've met you, you're indeed extraordinary." The young man smiled and said, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit, but he knew that he couldn't use any power in his current body. "Wait until I find a good body, then I'll fight you again." The young man glanced at Lin Ling indifferently. Then he waved his hand and led everyone away. From the looks of it, he was still as unbridled as before. On the other side, the woman also left with her people. She said to Lin Ling, "Lin Ling, we've seen your strength. You're invincible in the martial god realm. I'm looking forward to seeing the strength of the other new gods." Then, the two groups of people walked further and further away. However, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to them because he noticed that Nanhua Fenyu was also allowing them to leave. After a long time, when they disappeared, treasure god Nanhua Fenyu walked toward Lin Ling with a smile. "I didn't expect you to come to the 8 gods' heavenly palace and reach the 7th level. It's not easy." Last time, when Lin Ling went to witness the investiture of the martial gods, treasure god Nanhua Fenyu left. Therefore, he didn't know that Lin Ling would come to the 8 gods' heavenly palace. "Grandpa treasure god, why did you let them go?" Lin Ling asked curiously. "They're not weak. If they're really close to death, they can explode with even more strength. So, to avoid unnecessary trouble, we just let them go." Nanhua Fenyu treasure god's expression turned serious when he mentioned the two groups of people from before. Of course, the most important one is the underworld god. This expert is very mysterious, so it's best not to provoke him. "By the way, Lin Ling, you're looking. Come with me to the 8th floor. I've already found the stone tablet for records on this floor. The 8th floor also has records like this." Nanhua Fenyu treasure god immediately said, "Okay." Lin Ling also planned to go to the 8th floor because Xie was there too. But the most important thing now was to get the 7th floor's record of the 8 gods. Lin Ling told treasure god Nanhua Fenyu his idea. Treasure god Nanhua Fenyu had been here before, so he nodded with a smile. The two flew through the sky and chatted as they walked. "Grandpa treasure god, what do you think the underworld people are doing here?" "I think they're here for the world we'll host. But the strange thing is, why would the underworld god be interested in the world we'll host?" Treasure god Nanhua Fenyu rubbed his chin. He couldn't understand. However, Lin Ling glanced around because he knew that the will of the world was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. What was left in the 9 states was only the weakest part. The truly powerful part was in another void. Perhaps the gaze of the god of the underworld was the true will of the world. The funny thing was, the underworld god didn't know that the world will wasn't something he could control. Once it exploded, even the gods of the primordial era couldn't stop it. We're here. At this time, treasure god Nanwufanyu reminded Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked ahead and saw that there were ruins. There were mottled walls all around, and a cracked stone tablet sat on the ground. There were many complicated runes carved on it. That's it. Treasure god Nanwufanyu pouted at the stone tablet. Lin Ling nodded and walked toward the stone tablet. The stone tablet was about 2 meters tall and was made of limestone. Because of the passage of time, many of the runes on it had fallen off. Lin Ling couldn't understand these runes, so he looked at the giant ghost on his shoulder. The giant ghost floated over and stopped in front of the stone tablet. It looked at it and then secretly sent a message to Lin Ling. Lin Ling listened quietly. His expression changed constantly, and finally his pupils shrank. Boom. Then Lin Ling punched out and destroyed the record of the 8 gods. Lin Ling's treasure god Nanwufanyu was shocked. This host is very important. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Lin Ling turned and looked at treasure god Nanwufanyu with a serious expression. Treasure god Nanwufanyu was stunned, but immediately nodded. He couldn't understand the runes on the record of the 8 gods, so he could only guess. But in the end, it was only a rough guess. He knew that this host was related to lightning. Lin Ling, on the other hand, clearly knew better than him who the host was. Lin Ling was still looking ahead, his eyes flashing. Obviously, he was still shocked by the news. Treasure god Grandpa, has anyone else seen this stone tablet? Lin Ling suddenly asked. When I came here, I was alone. When I first arrived, I felt a mysterious aura. It was darkness, but it disappeared very quickly. I'm not sure if he saw this stone tablet. Treasure god Nanwufanyu recalled. Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression became even more serious. The giant ghost also floated back. Only it could understand the record of the 8 gods, so it knew who the 5th world will was. Lin Ling, are you okay? Therefore he asked out of concern. I'm fine. Lin Ling's eyes flashed and gradually calmed down. He thought of Xiaoluan, the host sealed in the Dragon Valley, the host controlled by the 4 great gods that he had never seen before, and the great god of Spirit Nation. These were the 4 main hosts that he knew of so far. Plus the 5th one he knew, it seemed that the 10 hosts were about to surface. For some reason, Lin Ling had a feeling that among the 10 hosts, one of them would change the entire era. The 10 hosts might even combine and become the strongest world will. The hosts of the world will are classified by color. Currently, other than the great god of Spirit Kingdom, I don't know what level the other hosts are, even Xiaoluan. Time passed quietly. In the end, Lin Ling stopped guessing. Chapter 4291. I'll help you when the time comes. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Nanwufanyu was very grateful. Lin Ling wasn't weak now. With his help, he could get twice the result with half the effort. There are people outside. Let's go take a look. Suddenly, Nanwufanyu's eyes lit up as he looked at the ancient city wall in the distance. After his reminder, Lin Ling noticed something as well, and only now did he notice that an intense battle had unknowingly started outside the ruins. Moreover, Lin Ling recognized that group of people. They were the trial challengers. They obviously hadn't been here for long before they started fighting outside the ruins. The reason was that outside the ruins, an extremely mysterious saber was unearthed. Everyone was fighting over the saber. Enemies often cross paths. Nanwufanyu, after we're done here, I'll go to the 8th level with you. Lin Ling turned around and said to Nanwufanyu. Then he rushed out of the ruins. Now, outside the ruins, several figures were gathered there. They all exploded with powerful realm essence, tit for tat. They were divided into 3 groups. One group was led by Xiao Er, another group was led by a mysterious woman, Nian Wei, and the last group was Little South's group. However, Little South's group was ignored. In the center, an object that looked like a saber and a sword sat on the ground. Its surface was mottled with rocks. It looked like a statue, but everyone could feel a force that couldn't be underestimated. It was emitting a force that couldn't be underestimated. It's mine. Everyone stared at the saber and sword. Finally, someone couldn't help but make a move. The one who made a move was a giant shadow. A giant shadow shot towards the statue and moved all the shadows around it. Then, a giant shadow's arm suddenly grabbed the saber's hilt and wanted to pull it out. Giant shadow, how dare you? Seeing this, many people cursed angrily. Now, they had almost forgotten about the record of the 8 gods. They only wanted to obtain that precious treasure. However, when the giant shadow wanted to pull out the saber didn't move at all. It was as if it was rooted in the ground. One had to know that the giant shadow's strength could easily destroy 10,000 realms. However, it couldn't move the saber at all. How strange! The people who were previously furious all stopped and looked over with furrowed brows. Long before they entered this place, they had already sensed the mysterious power emitted by the sword and blade. This power was very strange. It looked like world essence, yet it didn't seem like divine power, yet it didn't seem like it either. It was a power that exceeded their imagination. That was why they were eyeing this treasure covetously. Giant shadow, move aside. Let me try. Seeing that the treasured blade could not be pulled out, Xiao Er also flew over. His right arm shook and his sleeve turned into fine powder. A huge dragon claw appeared and suddenly grabbed the blade. Ha! He shouted angrily. Rumble! The earth began to tremble as if an earthquake was occurring. In the distance, the earth began to tumble like giant waves. However, everything around the treasured saber remained motionless. How is this possible? This time, Xiao Er was also shocked. What? Even with Xiao Er's strength, he can't pull out this blade. The other trial challengers were also shocked. Get lost. This blade already has an owner. How can trash like you obtain it? At this moment, an indifferent voice came from afar. Then, under everyone's gaze, 2 figures slowly walked over. The one behind was an old man. As for the one in front, it was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you're not dead. Seeing Lin Ling walking over, everyone was dumbfounded. This was because they clearly remembered that Lin Ling was already drowned by the world mosquitoes. Why isn't he dead? The mysterious woman's expression turned ugly and there was a hint of unwillingness. This was because when she framed Lin Ling told her that she would regret it. At that time, she treated it as a joke. However, looking at it now, she was indeed regretting it. Luli Empress lied to me. Lin Ling was able to escape from the world mosquitoes. His strength is definitely not as simple as it seems. Sigh. The woman quietly took a step back and was already planning to escape. However, under Lin Ling's cold gaze, she did not dare to act rashly. When they looked at Xiao Er again, they all narrowed their eyes. They could not understand how Lin Ling could still be alive. Without a doubt, Lin Ling's appearance cast a shadow over the trial challengers' hearts. Big brother Lin Ling. Big brother. Lin Ling. Big brother. Little South and the others were obviously very happy as they ran towards Lin Ling. When Lin Ling saw that Xingyi was fine, he also felt relieved. Then, he led the others towards the treasured blade. Get out of the way. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Big brother. As Lin Ling walked, he looked at Second Master Xiao with a disdainful gaze. That contemptuous voice undoubtedly made Second Master Xiao very angry. However, he had fought with Lin Ling before and knew that Lin Ling was very strong. Thus, he did not act out for the time being. Instead, he sneered and said, "You want this saber? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but this saber cannot be pulled out. If you don't believe me, you can try." After he finished speaking, he simply turned around and left. Xiao Er actually gave up the treasured blade? No, Xiao Er cannot pull out the treasured blade. Lin Ling cannot succeed either, so Xiao Er wants to embarrass Lin Ling as well. That saber is very extraordinary. Lin Ling should not be able to pull it out. The trial challengers were all stunned at first, but they quickly reacted. Now, they wanted to see what qualifications Lin Ling had to be so arrogant. As for Lin Ling, he stood in front of the treasured blade and indifferently stared at it. His soul force quietly spread out, but he discovered that there was a layer of mysterious strength around the treasured blade that blocked the invasion of his soul force. What a mysterious saber! Giant ghost, do you have any impression of it? Lin Ling couldn't help but ask the giant ghost after his soul force failed to gain anything. The giant ghost also stared at the saber, but then shook his head and said, "From what I can remember, the 8 gods collected a lot of treasures. Because Master loves to gamble, he gambled with many gods. Sometimes he lost, and sometimes he won. Therefore, I'm not sure where this saber came from. Then I can only try using brute force. Perhaps only by breaking the surface of the soil will the treasured blade reveal its true form." A divine bone appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and then he looked at the treasured blade and heavily smashed it. Bang! The divine bone shattered. This first test also made Lin Ling more familiar with the treasured blade. It was harder than he imagined. Clang! The tyrannical song sword appeared. Lin Ling's talent fusion reached the second stage, and then he ruthlessly slashed down. Rumble! With the treasured blade as the center, 10,000 miles away, the heavens and earth shook. A terrifying force rushed through the earth, as if it wanted to tear apart the 7th floor. And the strength of this force undoubtedly caused Xiao Er's eyes to narrow. Lin Ling's sword was clearly much stronger than his claw from before. This also meant that in the previous battle, Lin Ling had not used his full strength. Damn it! Xiao Er cursed in his heart. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe that he, the son of the dragon god, couldn't compare to Lin Ling. One had to know that although Lin Ling had the dragon god's bloodline, it wasn't the most noble bloodline. Chapter 4292. Although Lin Ling's attack was stronger than his, at least Lin Ling did not succeed. The other challengers were worried that Lin Ling would snatch the saber, but they were relieved when they saw that the saber was still motionless. They smiled sarcastically. However, their smiles quickly froze. Crack, crack, crack. This was because, at this moment, the surface of the treasured saber that was wrapped in a layer of soil began to crack. What? This small change caused everyone to cry out in surprise. Lin Ling was also the only person who could make the treasured saber change so far. Xiao Er felt as if he had been slapped in the face. The only remaining sarcasm in his heart was gone. Lin Ling, you bastard! The giant figure's expression was ugly. Through the previous sword strike, he had guessed that Lin Ling was slightly stronger than him. He was a god who had been reincarnated, but he was not as good as a rising star. He was embarrassed. However, Lin Ling did not care about what the crowd thought. He continued to stare at the cracked saber. The saber had only cracked, but the soil had not peeled off. Lin Ling, one more strike and you might be able to open it. The giant ghost said expectantly. Lin Ling shook his head. It's no use. Even if I can break the soil, I can't pull the saber out. As he spoke, Lin Ling slowly sheathed his sword. He knew that his full strength strike could only crack the soil. Therefore, even if he used the 3rd stage talent fusion, he could only shatter the soil. If he couldn't pull the saber out, it would be useless. This also meant that Lin Ling could not do anything to the saber. Lin Ling, let me try. At this time, Xingyi suddenly walked over and said, which surprised Lin Ling, I think I can pull the saber out. Xingyi stared at the saber and said calmly, then you can try. Lin Ling saw that something was wrong with Xingyi, so he did not stop him. Xingyi stood in front of the saber and held the mottled hilt with one hand. He frowned as if he was trying to use all his strength to pull the saber out. Ha, Lin Ling, you let a piece of trash pull the saber out? Is he stupid or are you stupid? The giant figure could not help but laugh sarcastically when he saw that Lin Ling had given up on pulling the saber out and gave it to Xingyi. The other challengers also had sarcastic looks on their faces. If Lin Ling had pulled the saber out, there would have been some hope. However, if it was Xingyi was a piece of trash. Do you think Saint Yi will pull out his feces and urine when he pulls out his blade? I think that's very likely. He might end up injuring himself after failing to draw his sword. Saint Gui, on the other hand, is injured again and again. He's trash among trash. None of them gave Shingyi any face. However, before they could finish laughing, Lin Ling slashed his sword down. Whoever laughs again, don't blame my sword for not giving you face. Swoosh! The sword landed in front of their feet, giving them a fright. Then, their faces turned ashen. They wanted to retort, but they did not dare. After all, Lin Ling was the strongest challenger among them. After Lin Ling left the four gods, he was even more unscrupulous than them. He used cold words to threaten them. This kind of dominance was not only targeted at the other challengers, but also at Xiao Er and the giant figure. It made them feel like they had been humiliated. After all, with their backgrounds, they had always been the ones threatening others. However, due to Lin Ling's strength, the giant figure knew that unless he regained his strength, it would be better not to go against Lin Ling's will. Therefore, he said casually, "Okay, we won't laugh. We're just reminding Shingyi." Bang! Rumble! However, just as he finished speaking, the earth suddenly shook, as if the earth was quaking and the mountains were shaking. What's happening? Everyone was shocked, including Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had tested it before. No matter what kind of attack landed on the treasured sword, it would not shake. However, it was different now. Look, the sword is rising. Someone pointed at Shingyi, their jaws dropping to the ground. Because at this moment, Shingyi was holding the ancient blade with both hands and was slowly pulling it out. The cracked soil on the blade was like a bamboo shedding its skin and was falling off bit by bit. Clang! After the soil fell off, a blinding light shocked the entire 7th floor. Even someone as strong as Lin Ling subconsciously closed his eyes. His soul power sensed a majestic force surging around him. This was the steps of God. The steps of God seemed to be the power of yin and yang. After it bloomed, it formed a great law that placed Lin Ling and the others in a mysterious world. Eastern Emperor Ti, Ensher's sword. The aged voice also rose in everyone's hearts, causing many people to feel a sense of reverence in their hearts. Yunsher's sword. Lin Ling closed his eyes and muttered to himself. Eastern Emperor Tai. This sword belonged to Eastern Emperor Tai. One had to know that Eastern Emperor Tai was most famous for the Eastern Emperor Bell. This was the first time Lin Ling had heard of the Yunsher's sword. Right? Shingyi is the bloodline of Eastern Emperor Tai. Is that the reason? A guess appeared in Lin Ling's mind. While he was guessing, the dazzling light gradually disappeared. In the end, Lin Ling opened his eyes and scanned the area in front of him. Cracks appeared on the ground, like a dry paddy field without water. Shingyi stood on the ground, holding the sword with one hand and caressing it with the other. He seemed to be examining the sword that he had just obtained. Seeing this, Lin Ling was happy for Shingyi. Now that Shingyi had obtained the treasured sword, Shingyi was no longer the trash that everyone said he was. Shingyi, you actually obtained that sword? The others reacted one after another, their eyes filled with jealousy. Shingyi, let me take a look at the sword. The giant figure walked towards Shingyi, saying that he wanted to take a look, but in reality he wanted to snatch the sword. In his opinion, a trash like Shingyi had no right to obtain the sword. Lin Ling saw this and sneered. He didn't make a move because he knew that the giant figure was going to be at a disadvantage. After all, he could sense that the Yuansher's sword wasn't hiding the power of divinity, but the steps of divinity. Although the steps of divinity weren't as high level as Lin Ling's steps of wisdom, it was offensive. On the other hand, Lin Ling's steps of wisdom had no offensive power. As expected, Shingyi ignored the giant figure and continued to examine the sword in his hand. Suddenly he raised the sword. A blinding light bloomed, and the steps of divinity filled the air. Ah, my eyes! The giant figure couldn't block it at all. It was as if his entire body was being corroded. After being illuminated by the light, his body began to melt. Chapter 4293. Bang! Shingyi held his saber at a slanted angle and walked towards the giant figure like a giant. The giant figure was blinded and could only sense Shingyi's approach. Then, a scorching hot saber landed on his neck. Don't kill me, Shingyi. Spare me, spare me. Spare me. The giant figure cried out anxiously. He could feel death approaching. For the sake of the four gods, I'll spare your worthless life. Xingyi said coldly. This was the first time he had released his domineering aura after failing to ascend to godhood. It had been 100 years since he had last used it. This made him very excited. He felt as if his suffering was over and the sweetness was about to come. Although he had yet to recover his strength, with this saber he had once again regained his position among the four great gods. Thank you for sparing my life. Thank you for sparing my life. Thank you. The giant shadow cried out in relief. But at this time, a blinding beam of light shot out, passing through his eyes. Ah, my eyes, Xingyi said. Xingyi had blinded the giant figure's eyes with his saber. This blindness was permanent. I don't know if you're a real trial taker or a fake, but I'll spare your life for now. If I find out you're a fake, I'll kill you first. Scram. Scram. Xingyi said coldly. The giant figure did not dare to stay any longer. He rubbed his stinging eyes and fled. This move proved his strength. The trial takers trembled in fear. They no longer dared to treat Xingyi as a piece of trash. They could not take back the saber. They decided to retreat. They wanted to enter the ruins to search for the record of the 8 gods. Wait! Stop! Xingyi spoke again. He looked at a mysterious woman. The latter narrowed her eyes and said coldly, Xingyi, I don't think I've offended you. You attacked Lin Ling, so you'll die here. Xingyi held his sword and walked towards the woman. This is a matter between me and Lin Ling. Don't tell me you want to interfere. Moreover, if you kill me, how are you going to answer to Eugene? Xingyi, oh Xingyi, you're such a fool. Lin Ling wants to kill me, but he wants you to do it. He obviously wants you to take the blame for him. The woman said coldly as she retreated. His words also carried a hint of sowing discord. Saint Yi shook his head. He knew that cultivators couldn't kill each other. Otherwise, they would be punished if they reported this to the gods. However, Lin Ling had almost died because of Nian Wire. Now that he had the strength, how could he not avenge Lin Ling? This was also his way of repaying Lin Ling's kindness. It was the only thing he could do now. However, when Nian Wire saw Xingyi shaking his head, she thought that Xingyi had thought things through. This way, she wouldn't have to face 2 experts at the same time. She would only have to face Lin Ling alone. Whoosh! However, at this moment, Xingyi also slashed with his saber. A nomological law appeared, splitting the sky of the 7th level into 2. Nian Wire's legs were immediately severed. She fell to the ground, her face full of disbelief. Was Xingyi still going to attack her? If I kill you, perhaps Eugene will punish me. However, I'm willing. Xingyi walked towards Nian Wire step by step, his face cold. I'm willing. This meant that he was willing to take the punishment for Lin Ling. His desire to kill Nian Wire couldn't be shaken even if the sky fell and the earth cracked. Am I going to die? No, I can't die here. Nian Wire's eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, she was filled with regret. She shouldn't have taken advantage of Lin Ling's crisis to add insult to injury. She thought that she could kill Lin Ling and gain Luli Empress's favor. Who knew that she would be pushing herself to her death? She couldn't help but look at Lin Ling in the distance. Lin Ling's face was cold, his eyes filled with sarcasm. Don't kill me! Lin Ling, spare me! Nian Wire screamed. At this moment, she was filled with even more regret. However, in this vast void of the 9 states, there were all kinds of miraculous pills and miraculous medicines. The only exception was that there was no medicine for regret. A blade light flashed, and a scar appeared on Nian Wire's neck. She stared at Xingyi, then at Lin Ling, and finally fell to the ground. Another participant had fallen. Moreover, she had been killed by her own people. Xingyi, thank you. At this moment, Lin Ling said with a smile. This is what I should do. Perhaps it's the only thing I can do. Xingyi turned around, shook his head at Lin Ling, and smiled. He knew that Lin Ling could also kill Nian Wire without restraint. Therefore, he had to kill Nian Wire on behalf of Lin Ling before Lin Ling killed her. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to repay Lin Ling's kindness. After all, without Lin Ling, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the treasured saber today. On the other hand, the others shuddered when they saw Nian Wire die. Xiao gritted his teeth tightly, and he was furious to the point of exploding. However, he didn't dare act rashly in the end. After all, Lin Ling had two experts on his side, whereas the enormous shadow had fled. They were utterly unable to go against Lin Ling. You guys can leave. I've destroyed the record of the 8 gods. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at the crowd and said, You destroyed it? Hearing this, everyone frowned. They were here for the record of the 8 gods. Now that it was destroyed by Lin Ling, it meant that Lin Ling was the only one who could complete the mission. Lin Ling, how greedy! Lin Ling, don't you think you should tell us everything about the record of the record? Someone was unwilling to leave empty-handed, so he suggested, Get lost. Unfortunately, Lin Ling only said one word, and it was an extremely domineering word. His meaning was obvious. If you don't want to get lost, I'll send you off, but you'll be sent to the netherworld. Let's go. After being humiliated by Lin Ling, everyone almost couldn't take it anymore. However, they knew that the situation was not in their favor, so they could only leave with hatred in their hearts. After everyone left, Little South and the others walked towards Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling smiled apologetically and said, Little South, Nyogu, Xingyi, because the record of the 8 gods is of great importance, I can't tell you about it for the time being. I'm sorry. It's fine. We're just here to have fun. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Little South waved his hand casually. Xingyi and Nyogu also smiled and shook their heads. Although they didn't know why Lin Ling wanted to hide the record of the 8 gods, they all owed Lin Ling a favor. Therefore, they were willing to help Lin Ling. You guys should go back too. I'm going to the 8th floor. We'll talk about it when we get back. Lin Ling said again. Be careful. We'll continue to explore the 7th floor. After all, there are many places that we haven't explored yet. Perhaps there are many treasures. Xingyi replied. Then he left with Little South and the others. Chapter 4294. And the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace. This was a place Lin Ling had explored when he was still weak. He never imagined that even though he had reached the martial god realm, he was barely qualified to enter the 8th floor. The 8 gods. What kind of god was he back then? The two of them moved very quickly and soon arrived at a wasteland. However, there was nothing in this vast wasteland. There were only blue flames burning on the ground and no living creatures could be seen. After waiting for half a day, a huge rectangular stone tablet appeared in front of them. This stone tablet floated in midair. It was about 5 meters tall and 3 meters long. There were complicated runes engraved on it, and a blue flame was burning the tablet. It was very mysterious. This is the path to the 8th floor. You must let the blue flame burn the entire tablet to open the path to the 8th floor. Nanhua Fengyu stopped in front of the ancient tablet and said, Lin Ling had the human monarch's flame, so he immediately sensed the mystery of the blue flame. He said in shock, This flame is burning the tablet. I'm afraid it has a history of millions of years, but the tablet is still not burned. Even I can't tell the origin of this flame, but I'm sure it's an ancient flame. There's a trace of dragon aura in it. It seems to be the flame used by the Dragon King of the East Sea. Nanhua Fengyu said solemnly. Looks like it's another treasure collected by the 8 gods. Now, Grandpa Treasure God, do you have a way to make the blue flame burn even more and open the path to the 8th floor? Lin Ling looked at Nanhua Fengyu and said, I'll try. Nanhua Fengyu nodded and walked forward. At this moment his powerful strength quietly erupted, letting Lin Ling see what a god's strength was. An incomparably terrifying realm essence enveloped the entire wasteland, shaking it up and down. The frequency was so fast that it almost left afterimages. Not far from Treasure God Nanhua Fengyu, Lin Ling felt as if the entire void was hugging him, making him feel small and insignificant. Treasure God Nanhua Fengyu spread his legs and punched out with a simple punch. Crash! The wind and rain raged, and after the ferocious power surged out, Lin Ling felt as if the entire wasteland was spinning. Clang! Then, a deafening metallic sound rang out. The stone tablet trembled slightly, and the blue flames on it burned even more vigorously. This also caused Lin Ling's eyes to light up as he quietly waited for the next change. However, Nan Wufengyu withdrew his fist and slowly walked back while shaking his head. There's still no way to open the path. What? Lin Ling was shocked. He stared at the stone tablet and saw that the blue flame was still burning. Moreover, the fire was obviously much stronger. However, that was all. There were no other signs. Actually, there is another way to enter the 8th floor, but it requires a key. That key is very difficult to obtain, so I chose this path. This is the only path I know that doesn't require a key, but I didn't expect it to be so difficult to open. Walking to Lin Ling's side, Nan Wufengyu immediately sat down cross-legged. Lin Ling also sat down cross-legged, and both of them stared at the floating stone tablet. Looking from afar, one could only see an endless, empty wasteland. Two figures sat there, staring at a stone tablet. The scene was very strange. Lin Ling and Nan Wufengyu tried many methods, but they could only make the blue flame burn brighter, but they couldn't burn the tablet. Is there no other way? In the end, Lin Ling couldn't help but frown. Nan Wufengyu was deep in thought, as if he was searching for a method in his memory. The wasteland seemed to be unable to feel the flow of time. It was very quiet here, and if one stayed here for a long time, one would feel lonely. Lin Ling. After an unknown period of time, the giant ghost suddenly looked at Lin Ling. At this time, Nan Wufengyu seemed to have thought of something. His eyes lit up and he turned to Lin Ling. Try it with your soul power. Nan Wufengyu and the giant ghost said at the same time. Soul power? Yes, I haven't tried it before. Lin Ling also wanted to try it. After all, when he saw the blue flame blooming with energy, he thought that it was driven by realm essence, so he didn't think about soul power. Then Lin Ling walked up to the 5-meter-tall stone tablet, and his soul power spread out. Rumble. This time, the stone tablet suddenly shook. It worked. Nan Wufengyu and the giant ghost's eyes narrowed, and they smiled. The blue flame on the side of the stone tablet suddenly jumped up, and then reached a meter high. Seeing this, Lin Ling's heart immediately filled with anticipation, and he activated all of his soul power. His soul power enveloped the blue flame, and the blue flame crackled as if oil was poured into the flame, and it became more and more vigorous. However, this vigor was only the blue flame, and it didn't spread to the entire stone tablet. The blue flame was still in the same place, and there were no signs of it burning any further. Looks like it's still not enough. Lin Ling had a feeling that if he held on a little longer, he would succeed. Burn for me. Lin Ling pushed his soul power to the extreme, and it enveloped the blue flame. His eyes were red, and veins appeared on his face. Crackle. The blue flame was even more vigorous than before. Behind him, Nan Wufengyu clenched his fists, and his face was nervous. Lin Ling, do your best. He never would have thought that Lin Ling's soul power would reach such a limit, and it would probably reach 100,000 levels. Soul power had always been difficult to cultivate. Even he, Nan Wufengyu, only had a few thousand levels. Unless it was some reincarnated great god, or a divine fetus that specialized in soul power, ordinary people rarely exceeded 20,000 levels. As far as he knew, even the strongest world boundary god of Miaoshen's true inheritance didn't exceed 50,000. As for Lin Ling, he guessed that Lin Ling must have been tempering his soul power since he was young, and after so many years, he finally had such an effect. Crackle. The blue flames that were originally over a meter tall had now grown to over 3 meters tall. However, the stone tablet was indeed terrifying. Even with such a vigorous flame, it was still only able to burn a corner of it. Too tenacious. Looking at Lin Ling again, his soul power had been used up, and when he had a splitting headache, all of his soul power disappeared. Failed. He couldn't help but look at the stone tablet. However, at this moment he finally saw a crack on the surface of the stone tablet, and it was only a hair-sized crack. Compared to the beginning, the stone tablet had finally changed, but this hair-sized crack was obviously not enough for them to enter the 8th floor. Chapter 4295. However, the crack was only the size of a strand of hair. How could he enter? Was he going to crash into it? Lin Ling's mind was filled with thoughts. However, as he got closer to the tablet, he noticed that the crack was getting bigger and bigger until it was as big as an abyss. Lin Ling took a closer look and realized that it wasn't the crack that was getting bigger, it was him that was getting smaller. He and Nan Wufenyu both shrunk to the size of a speck of dust and shot into the crack. Is this Grandpa Treasure God's method? Lin Ling was shocked. The ability to change one's size was something only gods could do. After entering the crack, a blue ocean appeared in front of them. However, this was the blue of the sky and was different from an ordinary ocean. This blue seems to be the same as the blue fire from before. Lin Ling found that he was constantly returning to his original size. He then stared at the blue ocean around him. He was currently in the middle of the blue ocean. Treasure God Nan Wufenyu was right in front of him. His clothes were fluttering as he looked ahead with a serious expression. He suddenly said, "Lin Ling, go in that direction first. Quick, I'll come find you later." His voice was filled with anxiety, causing Lin Ling to immediately nod his head. Without further ado, he grabbed the giant ghost and began to run. At the same time, he looked back and saw that Treasure God Nan Wufenyu was still floating in the water with his hands behind his back, as if waiting for something. Rumble! Suddenly, he punched out and a huge vortex gushed out from his fist. The entire blue ocean seemed to be turning upside down. If Lin Ling didn't leave first, he would have been affected. "Grandpa Treasure God, what are you doing?" Lin Ling was shocked. He looked carefully and found that there was a huge blue giant floating in front of Treasure God Nan Wufenyu. It was as grand as a mountain and maintained a punching posture as it clashed with Treasure God Nan Wufenyu's fist. The most frightening thing was that it was completely unscathed from Treasure God Nan Wufenyu's punch. "Fenyu realm." Treasure God Nan Wufenyu suddenly said solemnly. The rolling power of wind and rain descended from his body. It was the divine stairs. Crush. A vacuum zone appeared in the distant ocean. Following that, the seas and rivers were overturned. The momentum was incomparably terrifying. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's speed was very fast. He rushed further and further away, deeply afraid of being implicated. Only when he could no longer see Treasure God Nan Wufenyu did he slightly slow down. His eyes were full of worry, wondering how Grandpa Treasure God was doing. "Let's go." However, just as he turned his head, a figure arrived behind him. It was Treasure God Nan Wufenyu. Nan Wufenyu's hair fluttered behind him like a war god. He arrived before Lin Ling in the blink of an eye and didn't wait for Lin Ling to speak. He grabbed Lin Ling and charged forward. His speed reached 500,000 worlds. One had to know that Lin Ling's third stage talent fusion was only 150,000 world speed. Rumble! While Treasure God Nan Wufenyu was madly rushing forward, a huge whirlpool was rapidly approaching. Its speed was not much slower than Treasure God Nan Wufenyu's. Lin Ling stared intently at the whirlpool. Only then did he realize that within the blue sea, a completely blue giant was rapidly charging over. Such a terrifying giant, it actually didn't die after clashing with Grandpa Treasure God. However, Treasure God Nan Wufenyu's speed was not slow either. One side fled while the other chased. After an unknown amount of time, the sound from behind finally quieted down and gradually disappeared. It seemed to have completely given up. Seeing this, Treasure God Nan Wufenyu finally slowed down and lightly exhaled. He smiled at Lin Ling, finally got rid of that animal. "Grandpa Treasure God, what is that thing? It's so powerful." Lin Ling curiously asked because this was the strongest blue giant he had ever seen. "I've seen it once in the era of gods. There were a lot of them and they were very powerful. Moreover, these blue giants were born from the blue fire. Someone once called them the guards of the East Sea Dragon King." Treasure God Nan Wufenyu slowed down and spoke to Lin Ling as he walked. "Guards of the East Sea Dragon King?" Lin Ling nodded. This East Sea Dragon King should be a god from the ancient era. However, it was indeed powerful. One guard was enough to make Grandpa Treasure God run away. If a few more appeared, then he and treasure god Nan Wufenyu would have to give up here. The 8th level was indeed terrifying. No wonder there were so few people in the 9 prefectures who could reach this level after so many years. If Lin Ling were to come alone, he would probably be destroyed by the force of the attack. There are islands in the Blue Sea. As long as we enter the islands, we will be safe. However, the islands are very hard to find. I hope we won't encounter those monsters before we find them. Treasure god Nan Wufenyu sighed, knowing that there would be a lot of work ahead. Giant ghost, you come and try. Lin Ling suddenly looked at the giant ghost on his shoulder. The giant ghost nodded and floated forward with both hands open, sensing everything. This evil ghost? Treasure god Nan Wufenyu already knew that there was a giant ghost next to Lin Ling. However, he saw that the giant ghost had a good relationship with Lin Ling, so he didn't investigate. The giant ghost was sensing the existence of the evil ghost because if it could find the evil ghost, then it would be able to find the island and the spirit kingdom. Over here. A moment later, the giant ghost floated back and told Lin Ling, "This little thing is quite powerful." Treasure god Nan Wufenyu said in surprise, but he only received a cold glare from the giant ghost. Outside of Lin Ling, the giant ghost had a ferocious expression towards everyone else. "Oh, you are still angry." Treasure god Nan Wufenyu laughed and didn't care about the giant ghost's cold glare. Seeing this, Lin Ling bitterly smiled. If Treasure god Grandpa knew that the giant ghost was one of the 8 gods' wills, then Treasure god Grandpa wouldn't dare to talk to the giant ghost like this. The two followed the giant ghost and moved along the sea. Along the way, they encountered several blue giants, but Treasure god Nan Wufenyu noticed them early on and avoided them. Lin Ling discovered that the 8th level was actually a world of water. There were also mountains and forests at the bottom of the water. It was very mysterious. Lin Ling, those blue giants from before had one of the 8 gods' wills. Sitting on Lin Ling's shoulder, the giant ghost suddenly said, "Wills?" Lin Ling's eyes flashed and looked suspiciously at the giant ghost. The giant ghost nodded. "I don't know if they are the East Sea Dragon King's guards, but I am sure that they have the wills of the 8 gods. Chapter 4296. After a while, a large shadow appeared in front of them. This shadow was wrapped in a huge bubble. Upon closer inspection, one could vaguely see the existence of an island. So the islands here are in the sea. Lin Ling's eyes widened and he stopped at the same time. Treasure god Nan Wufenyu slightly closed his eyes as if sensing something. He then said seriously, "There are several powerful auras on the island. If we don't act cautiously, I'm afraid we'll be discovered before we even enter the city." "Is that great god of the spirit kingdom here?" Lin Ling immediately asked. "I can't sense him. That great god of the spirit kingdom is stronger than me. If he wanted to hide, I wouldn't be able to sense him. However, I can sense the aura of my enemy." Treasure god Nan Wufenyu sighed with a complicated look in his eyes. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes quietly flashed. He remembered that when treasure god Nan Wufenyu entrusted Xiaoyu to him, he also went to find his enemy. In the end, he returned with injuries. Now, he was going to find his enemy again. Could it be that his enemy was a great god of the spirit kingdom? All this time, Lin Ling had thought that treasure god Nan Wufenyu's enemy was one of the 4 gods. "Actually, you've also seen him." Sensing Lin Ling's curiosity, treasure god Nan Wufenyu smiled. He clearly didn't want to tell anyone about this. However, Lin Ling was no longer an ordinary person. He was a god and also the successor of his close friend. Thus, he didn't hide anything. Gods like them rarely had feelings for people. They viewed all living things as ants. Unless the other party had strength that they recognized, they would recognize them and slowly treat them as friends and family. Because their lifespans were endless, they didn't like to see their loved ones and friends leave the world before them, and they had to bear that feeling of loneliness themselves. If that was the case, they would rather not know these people from the beginning, and it wouldn't bring about sadness and reluctance. And this was similar to what Lei Gong thought. "He's called Minister Ning." Treasure god Nan Wufenyu said. "It's him." Lin Ling naturally recognized this Lord Ning. When he went to save Senior Lu Chen and the others, it was this Lord Ning who let them go. This also meant that Lord Ning was also someone from the age of the gods. However, Lin Ling also sensed an extremely strange emotion from treasure god Nan Wolfenyu's eyes. It was as if he hated Lord Ning, but for some reason, he also appreciated him. It seems that their fetters are not light. Shaking his head, Lin Ling didn't think too much about it. He was thinking about how to enter the island. Lin Ling, the record of the 8 gods that you are looking for is also on the island. Therefore, we must enter the island. Now, let's think of a way to get in. Treasure god Nan Wolfenyu put away his thoughts and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and suddenly smiled. He thought of the time when he snuck into the spirit nation. He could do the same thing again. Immediately, he spoke of his thoughts, making treasure god Nan Wolfenyu nod. The two immediately hit it off. They quietly hid outside the island and waited for someone to come out. After all, they weren't sure if they would be discovered by the great gods of the spirit nation if they rushed into the bubble. This wait wasn't short. After an unknown amount of time, someone finally flew towards the edge of the island. Upon closer inspection, there were quite a number of people. There were more than 10 of them. Hurry up, throw these corpses out and we will return to the island immediately. Ling Er, what are you doing? You can't even do a small thing properly. What a waste. The group cursed as they walked. They cautiously approached the giant bubble. Obviously, they knew how terrifying the blue giant was. If they were careless and were caught, they would only end up dead. Fortunately, they didn't encounter the blue giant this time. Therefore, they successfully rushed out of the bubble. After they threw away the large number of corpses in their hands, they were about to rush back to the island. Everyone, sorry to trouble you. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of them, looking at them with a smile. What? There's someone here? This old man undoubtedly gave everyone a fright. On the 8th level, other than the people of the spirit nation, there were no outsiders. This person is very strong. The other party's appearance clearly had ill intentions. Therefore, the group of people didn't hesitate and immediately ran towards the island behind them. However, just as they turned around, a young man in a blue robe floated behind them. He was playing with a wisp of golden flame in his hand. He lowered his head and muttered to himself, "We want to enter the island, so we can only trouble you. In your dreams." Being attacked from the front and back, this naturally made the group of people desperate. They couldn't wait to call for help from the strong people on the island. That young man is weak. Break through from him. One of the men in white robes shouted angrily, pointing at the young man in blue robes. After he finished speaking, he led the group towards Lin Ling. Good taste. At this moment, the young man in blue robes finally raised his head slowly and revealed a bright smile. Although I am weak, I am not someone you can win against. After he finished speaking, the golden flame in his hands spilled out and burned the blue ocean. What kind of flame is this? Everyone, charge out of the flame and report to the Lord. But why is this flame drilling into my dantian? The people who were being burned let out strange cries. In the end, they all looked at Lin Ling and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord. Obviously, they were all assimilated by the golden flame. Lin Ling, beautifully done. Your human king's flame is really a sharp weapon to control people. Seeing this, the old man walked over with a smile and said at the same time, however, a fish has been caught in the net. After he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. When he returned again, he was already carrying a man in white robes. The man's limbs were kicking wildly at this moment, but he couldn't resist the old man. Your strength is not bad. I actually missed it. But now, obediently be my subordinate. The young man in blue robes smiled and a ball of golden flame appeared in his hand. Regardless of whether the man agreed or not, he forcefully stuffed it into his mouth. The man struggled at first, but a wisp of flame quietly appeared in his eyes. His expression gradually became respectful as he bowed to the young man in blue robes and said, Greetings, Lord. By now, this group of people had been subdued by the young man. The young man was naturally Lin Ling. Tell me the secret language of your spirit kingdom. Also, who is the person with the highest status here? Lin Ling smiled. The men in white immediately told him the secret language of the spirit kingdom. The whole process surprised treasure god Nan Wufengyu. He never expected Lin Ling to be so familiar with it. Chapter 4297. Looks like I need to find someone with a higher status to get the information I need. Lin Ling rubbed his chin and said, something as important as the records of the 8 gods was naturally unknown to those with a lower status. Perhaps only those who had reached the level of dragon spirit would have the right to know. Grandpa treasure god, let's enter the island. Lin Ling then looked at Nan Wufengyu and smiled. I came here for revenge, but now that you've messed things up, I feel that it's quite interesting. Come, let's enter the island. Nan Wufengyu laughed, feeling that he and Lin Ling had become 2 spies. At this moment, Lin Ling already knew how to enter the island, so he taught Nan Wufengyu. It turned out that passing through the bubble required a certain technique, and if the technique was wrong, they would immediately be discovered by the spirit kingdom. The group successfully entered the island, and Lin Ling discovered that there was a huge city on the island, emitting a brilliant white light. It was similar to Spirit Light City, but much grander. There was a huge city gate, and outside the gate stood many Spirit Kingdom guards in white robes. Looking at their strength, they all had innate godly fetuses. Innate godly fetuses as guards, this Spirit Kingdom was truly rich. However, Lin Ling already knew the secret language of the Spirit Kingdom, so it wasn't hard for him to enter the city. A moment later, he and Nan Wufengyu were standing on the street. Their gazes swept across the majestic city and found that it had everything. It was like a kingdom. Grandpa treasure god, this city is quite old. Looks like the Spirit Kingdom has been in the 8th level for quite some time. Yeah, maybe they're deciphering the records of the 8 gods, or maybe they have something else to do here. As for what it is, we can only find out. Lin Ling and treasure god Nan Wufengyu whispered to each other. They both knew that if they wanted to get more information, they had to find someone with a higher status. Get lost. At this time, on the street, dust spread, and a large number of spirit horses mixed with white light galloped from the distance. The city on the island was very grand, so most people rode on horses. Of course, only those with a high status had the right to ride a horse. As for Lin Ling, his eyes lit up as he stared at the person riding the horse. On the side, treasure god Nan Wufengyu seemed to have guessed Lin Ling's goal. His eyes narrowed as he smiled bitterly. Lin Ling, we're here to be spies. Being so ostentatious doesn't seem too good, right? Hee, since he dares to ride a horse on the streets, his status should not be low. Perhaps I can learn something from him. Lin Ling said with a smile. Your way of doing things is really different from others. Hearing this, treasure god Nan Wufengyu's smile became even more bitter. This was his first time being such a blatant spy. Scram. In front of the street, the spiritual horses were getting closer and closer. The leader was a young man wearing a white robe and a white cloak. He looked majestic. My lord, she's Huang Ling. Someone beside Lin Ling immediately reminded him. Lin Ling nodded and walked forward. There's someone who dares to stop me? At this moment, the young man on the spiritual horse was very surprised. Then he laughed sinisterly. Who cares? Kill him and throw him out of the island. The status of the spirit nation was also very strict. The weak did not have any status. The group of people that Lin Ling had assimilated earlier were thrown out of the island. Those were the weak people who had died in the spirit nation. Every time a certain time, someone would throw these bodies out of the island. Kill him. Damn it, people die every day. Why doesn't this idiot die? Behind the young man, the people sneered. Not only did they not slow down, but they also sped up. Lin Ling still walked forward indifferently. Suddenly, when the spiritual horses were more than 10 meters away, he finally threw out a punch. This punch did not use realm essence or divine power. It was just the strength of his physical body. Lin Ling was also afraid that his identity would be discovered. However, Lin Ling's physical body punch was not to be underestimated. The wind whistled. Before the spiritual horse under the young man could get close to Lin Ling, it was immediately smashed into meat paste by the wind from the punch. His entire body fell from the spiritual horse and glided along the ground, rushing toward Lin Ling. However, he was stepped on by Lin Ling, stopping his momentum. Looking at the spiritual horses behind the young man, they all raised their front hooves and neighed. Then, they all stopped galloping and did not dare to get closer. The entire street was shocked. They never expected Lin Ling to be so strong. The young man who was stepped on by Lin Ling also cursed, "How dare you stop me? Do you know who I am? I'm Huang Ling. Why aren't you fucking kneeling down?" Lin Ling looked down at him and sneered, "Sorry, I'm also Huang Ling." As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked the young man away. This kick also broke the young man's teeth. "My lord!" The people on the spiritual horse quickly jumped down and helped the young man up. The young man was furious. "You're courting death." As he spoke, blood kept spewing out of his teeth. "You're courting death, Huang Ling. Do you know who Lord Yuan's brother is? Have you lost your mind?" When the others saw the young man spitting out his teeth, they immediately spoke up for him in anger. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled. He had long guessed that the young man was not relying on his identity as a Huang Ling since he dared to gallop on the street. After all, there were many Huang Ling in this huge ancient city. How would those people dare to be so arrogant? Indeed, the young man dared to be so arrogant because he was relying on his brother. "Who's his brother?" Lin Ling asked lazily. "His brother is Long Ling. Are you afraid? He's 2 levels higher than you. Are you afraid? Kneel down immediately. Don't think that you're amazing just because your Huang Ling Long Ling can easily kill you." The young man clearly thought that Lin Ling was afraid. Hearing this, Lin Ling did not say a word. Instead, he walked over step by step, causing the people behind the young man to sneer. They naturally would not let Lin Ling go. However, before killing Lin Ling, they wanted to humiliate him. However, Lin Ling was afraid? What a joke! Lin Ling walked to the front of those people and threw out a punch like a battering ram. He punched each of them more than 10 times, causing them to spit out blood and their sternum to break. This. The surrounding onlookers were all dumbfounded. He knew that Long Ling was Long Ling's brother, but he still dared to attack. Was he crazy? You dare to hit me? Don't you know that my brother is Long Ling? The young man did not expect Lin Ling to attack. He pointed at Lin Ling angrily and said. However, Lin Ling walked towards him step by step. Then, without waiting for him to attack, Lin Ling slapped him viciously. The man was sent flying and smashed into a large number of houses. Then, Lin Ling walked over again and found the young man in the ruins of the houses. Then he slapped him again. Chapter 4298. Just like that, Lin Ling brazenly beat up the young man on the street. In the end, the young man could only exhale and no longer breathe. Moreover, his mind was in a daze because he didn't understand why Lin Ling would beat him up. He didn't seem to have offended Lin Ling. "Where's your big brother? Tell him to come find me, or I'll throw you off the island," Lin Ling said indifferently as he lifted the young man. Everything he did was naturally to lure out the dragon spirit. He even wanted to steal the dragon spirit's identity and find out where the 8 god brush records were hidden in the spirit kingdom. Big pot, Jia is coming. The young man had already been beaten into a pig's head and couldn't speak clearly. However, Lin Ling still understood what the young man was saying. "Big brother, I'm coming." Therefore, Lin Ling also threw the young man on the ground and stepped on him. Then, he asked someone to bring a chair over and waited for the young man's brother on the street. "Who is this Huang Ling? She's crazy. I don't know, maybe he just came, but when the dragon spirit comes, he will definitely be in trouble." Yes, not to mention that Long Ling's status is higher than his. Even if Long Ling's status is the same as his, he is definitely not Long Ling's opponent. It seems like there will be new corpses outside the island. I'm afraid that even Huang Ling's subordinates will be killed. Around the streets, Many people were discussing animatedly. They were so excited that they were already laughing loudly. They sat down in a nearby restaurant and waited for everything to happen. The people of Spirit Nation are about the same as the people of 9 states. But overall, they are slightly stronger than the people of 9 states. Treasure God Nanwafenyu heard the voices around him and laughed mockingly. He slowly walked towards Lin Ling. At first, he was afraid that he would cause too much of a commotion and be noticed by the great gods of the Spirit Nation. But now, it seemed that he had underestimated the grandeur of this city. What happened on this street would obviously not alarm the great gods of the Spirit Nation. Lin Ling waited quietly. Not long after, someone finally arrived on the street in front of him. It was a man in a white robe. He was very tall, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He also came alone, but his aura was very sharp. When he walked along the street, the people around him all made way for him. So cold. Is he that dragon spirit? Many people whispered to each other. After all, this city was too large. Not only were there many phoenix spirits, there were even quite a few dragon spirits. That was why they didn't recognize that man. Brother. On the ground, the young man raised his head and fearfully shouted. What a piece of trash. The man's long hair fluttered in the wind as he coldly glanced at his younger brother. The young man was so scared that he didn't dare to raise his head again. It could be seen that this dragon spirit was also very serious towards his younger brother. Let my brother go. After a while, the man stood not far away from Lin Ling and looked indifferently at Lin Ling as he spoke. He was also carefully examining Lin Ling's strength. However, he could only roughly tell that Lin Ling was a level 9 martial god. Since he was able to become a dragon spirit, he was already half a step into the deity realm. Moreover, he possessed a powerful divine fetus that had reached the 5th grade. Therefore, he couldn't understand why such a weak person dared to provoke him. While he was observing Lin Ling was also observing him. This was because through this man, he could roughly understand the strength of the entire Spirit Nation. Overall, it was similar to what Lin Ling had imagined. It was also slightly stronger than the martial artists of the 9 continents. However, there were fewer people in the Spirit Nation, so it couldn't be compared to the 9 continents. That was all. Sure, I'll let him go if you defeat me. Lin Ling stared at the sword at the man's waist and then said. He could tell that this man was a swordsman. Defeat you? You have the guts to fight me with your strength. Forget it. If I win, I'll let you leave alive. However, all your subordinates will die. The dragon spirit nodded and placed his arm on the hilt of the sword at his waist. However, he didn't draw his sword. Instead, he stared sharply at Lin Ling like an eagle's eyes. He was looking for Lin Ling's weakness. He was a swordsman and was good at killing blows. He wanted to defeat Lin Ling with a single strike. The streets suddenly fell silent and the atmosphere was terrifyingly oppressive. The people stared at the dragon spirit who was standing upright like a pine tree and licked their lips. For some reason, they had a feeling that if the dragon spirit drew his sword, it would cause an earth-shattering change. Still not drawing your sword? You must be afraid. Suddenly, Lin Ling said calmly. The dragon spirit's eyes flashed when he heard that. He didn't understand why Lin Ling said that. After all, the dragon spirit was too calm in the face of a swordsman who was about to draw his sword. He even sensed that Lin Ling didn't put up any defense at all and seemed to intend to take his sword head-on. All of this was too strange. Although you're very powerful, I can tell that your mentality has changed. You have doubts and hesitations, so you haven't drawn your sword for a long time. Lin Ling said calmly, still sitting on the chair. A gust of wind blew across the street and blew the dragon spirit's long hair. His hand moved slightly and his sword swayed as if it was about to be drawn at any time. However, he still didn't draw his sword. That was because he had more and more doubts in his heart. He couldn't see through the man in front of him anymore. You are surprised why I want to fight you, right? After all, you and I have no enmity. Why would I, a little phoenix spirit, provoke you? In addition, facing your dragon spirit sword, I am still sitting there, quietly waiting for your sword to arrive. So, you are even more suspicious than before, although you are not suspicious. However, you're suspicious of me. You're afraid that you won't be able to win after you draw your sword, and I'll take control of the situation instead. At this moment, Lin Ling spoke again, and his tone was as calm as ever. The onlookers in the surroundings noticed that something wasn't right. Because Lin Ling was too calm. Wasn't he afraid of being killed if he just sat there like that? Your heart is getting more and more chaotic. But remember, truth and falsehood, falsehood and truth. Sometimes, everything you see might be an illusion. So, you have to calm down and don't place too much importance on victory or defeat. That way, you'll be able to bring out your true sword. Lin Ling spoke again, and it was as if he was instructing the dragon spirit. The dragon spirit still didn't speak, so no one knew what he was thinking. However, the ripples in his heart were growing larger and larger. He was a swordsman and he was proud. He wasn't like ordinary cultivators who preferred to decide the outcome of a battle with a single move. Moreover, he placed great importance on victory and defeat. Since he was young, he couldn't allow himself to lose. He didn't want to lose in anything. His desire to win was too strong, just like his sword that revealed its sharpness. Originally, he was confident that he could defeat Lin Ling with a single strike. However, Lin Ling was too mysterious, causing him to lack confidence. That was why he hadn't drawn his sword. Chapter 4299. Clang. Right at this time, Long Ling finally drew his sword. A dazzling light appeared, actually illuminating the entire street. Countless people felt a chill that penetrated their hearts. It was as if the world was frozen. 1,500 rays of divinity turned into a swift sword that slashed towards Lin Ling. Other than treasure god Nanhua Fengyu and Lin Ling, no one else could see through this sword. Treasure god Nanhua Fengyu revealed a smile. Lin Ling was the same. The two of them didn't move. The sharp sword also passed through Lin Ling's body. After a while, everyone recovered. They stared at the street and trembled nervously. However, after they glanced around, they realized that the street didn't change at all. Everything was the same as before. Lin Ling was still sitting on the chair with a smile on his face. The people around him were the same. They didn't suffer any injuries. This scene was too strange. They looked at the dragon spirit again. He resumed his posture of placing his hand on the sword hilt. His sharp eyes looked at Lin Ling. However, this time, there were obvious changes. However, at this time, a strand of hair by Lin Ling's ear finally fell down like snow and reached the ground. The previous sword only cut off a strand of Lin Ling's hair. The sword that suppressed 1,500 rays of divinity only cut off a strand of hair. This also showed how powerful the dragon spirit was. After all, such a powerful sword wasn't hard to cut through the sky. Your heart is indeed in a mess. It was just a probing sword. Are you afraid that after this sword you will lose? So you want to test my limits? At this moment, Lin Ling smiled faintly. Hearing this, the dragon spirit's eyes flashed. He didn't speak. However, Lin Ling didn't need him to speak to know what he was thinking. The dragon spirit was too suspicious. He wanted to win beautifully. So before he had complete control, he wouldn't easily use his full strength. Because he didn't want to be controlled by others. To put it bluntly, this person was too arrogant. Arrogant to the point of being pedantic. You've won with this strike. Lin Ling finally spoke calmly. Why? This was also the first time the dragon spirit had spoken. Because I didn't do anything when facing your previous attack, nor did I defend myself. I just wanted to see how powerful your sword was. However, because you were too suspicious, you missed an opportunity. Lin Ling said. What? Dragon spirit's pupils constricted. Previously, when Lin Ling was sitting there strangely, he thought that Lin Ling had everything under control and was just waiting for him to jump into the trap. Therefore, his previous sword strike was also a probing strike. But who knew that Lin Ling didn't do anything? I don't know if this person is too daring or too stupid. If that sword had been aimed at you, you would have died. Long Ling whispered. Sometimes, life and death can be decided in an instant. I don't think that I will die. In fact, the chances of me dying are very small. This is my intuition. Lin Ling shook his head and slowly stood up. Boundary essence surged from his body and the second stage talent fusion appeared. Although using the second stage talent fusion in Spirit Nation was easy to be discovered, it was still better than using the Luai's real body. After all, Spirit Nation definitely knew that Lin Ling had the human monarch's flame and the Luai's real body. However, they might not have seen the second stage talent fusion. After the talent fusion, Lin Ling erupted with all his strength. He turned into an afterimage and appeared in front of Long Ling. His sword struck out like lightning. Long Ling's long hair fluttered in the wind. His pupils constricted and he could only see the flash of the sword. However, the sword did not strike down. Instead, it landed in front of Long Ling's neck. An icy chill quietly blossomed. The most terrifying thing was that this chill contained the might of Vajra. This was the power of Bodhi. When everyone saw Lin Ling pointing his sword at Long Ling, their eyes were filled with disbelief. What a fast speed! What a sharp sword! Who is this Huang Ling? Why is she so strong? The result today was clearly beyond their expectations. Long Ling's heart trembled. He could sense the terror of this sword. Huang Ling was so powerful? A swordsman should be decisive. Being indecisive is a taboo. You clearly had the chance to defeat me, but you missed it because of hesitation. From this perspective, you have lost. Lin Ling held his sword and said indifferently. Long Ling stood there quietly. He had the chance to defeat Lin Ling, but he missed it? By the time Lin Ling drew his sword, he was already powerless to flip the cards. A swordsman should be decisive. A shocking voice rose in Long Ling's heart. I've lost. He raised his head and looked at Lin Ling. There was a hint of respect in his eyes. This mysterious Huang Ling was very powerful and mysterious. Who exactly was he? I want your identity as Long Ling. Lin Ling still pointed his sword at Long Ling. He did not hide his purpose and went straight to the point. This was also the reason why he let Long Ling draw his sword first. Long Ling was a proud swordsman. Such a person could be assimilated, but the process would not be easy. The latter would definitely not submit to him. On the street, Lin Ling could not force it. Therefore, the only way was to make Long Ling submit from the bottom of his heart. In addition, Lin Ling was also a swordsman. Therefore, he knew what a swordsman valued the most. It was their sword Dao. Long Ling's sword Dao was not perfect and had flaws. Therefore, Lin Ling also taught him sword Dao. Of course, Lin Ling was also gambling. If Long Ling was loyal to Ling Nation's great god, then Lin Ling would lose. Of course, Lin Ling also thought of a way out. If Long Ling was stubborn, then he would ask Nan Wufenyu to take action and work together to assimilate Long Ling. Who are you? Long Ling looked at Lin Ling and said, Trial taker Lin Ling. Lin Ling's voice could only be heard by the two of them. Moreover, he did not hide anything. Long Ling's eyes trembled when he heard this. Then, he looked at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling's name was well known in the Spirit Nation. It was said that he was one of the 8 new gods under the 4 great gods. He was an extremely famous and powerful figure in the 9 states. Long Ling had heard of him for a long time. Today was his first time meeting him. Moreover, he did not expect Lin Ling to be so bold as to come to the island. After all, the Spirit Nation had always been eyeing Lin Ling covetously. I can't help but admire your courage. However, how can you be so sure that I will give you the identity of Long Ling? Long Ling said word by word. His heart was inexplicably excited. Perhaps he felt lucky to be able to meet such a legendary figure. After all, he had heard that Lin Ling was also a swordsman. I also admire your courage to say such words in front of me, Lin Ling. Lin Ling said calmly. However, his seemingly calm words carried a domineering aura. Then, he said lightly, because you have lost. Although I have lost, I did not agree to any of your conditions. You are overthinking it. Long Ling sneered. It is also because you are a swordsman. However, Lin Ling quickly added. His words made Long Ling's heart tremble. His eyes continued to flicker. Chapter 4300. You've won. The dragon spirit looked deeply at Lin Ling and finally spoke calmly. He was indeed a proud swordsman. After losing to a swordsman like Lin Ling, he was willing to accept his loss. After all, the previous sword competition was not only a competition of strength, but also a competition of sword heart. However, the dragon spirit hesitated and did not believe in his sword. This violated the principle of the sword Tao. Moreover, he also knew why Lin Ling was so confident and dared to face his sword. It was because he was Lin Ling. Follow me. The dragon spirit then spoke to Lin Ling and strode forward. The crowd was confused when they saw this scene. However, they knew that the two of them were top experts. No one was qualified to ask what they wanted to do. Brother! The young man shouted as if he was worried about his brother. He looked at Lin Ling in shock. He never expected that the mysterious phoenix spirit would defeat his brother. You go back first. The dragon spirit turned to look at the young man and suddenly smiled. The smile shocked the young man. His brother actually smiled? One had to know that his brother was obsessed with the sword Tao and did not care about the world. He cut off all friendship and everything with his sword. He had not smiled for 30,000 years. At this moment, the young man seemed to see the scene of him and his brother becoming stronger when they were young. I'll be back. The dragon spirit continued to move forward but left behind a sentence. Okay, I'll wait for my brother. The young man was extremely excited and his eyes were moist. He suddenly had a feeling that his brother's sword Tao seemed to have been sublimated and stepped into a new realm. Only such a brother was like the big brother who had protected him back then. Lin Ling noticed this and smiled. He did not know what the dragon spirit had comprehended, but he knew that the dragon spirit's realm was about to step into a new realm. The two of them arrived at a restaurant. The dragon spirit chased everyone away and then invited Lin Ling to sit down. Throughout the entire process, it was neither arrogant nor humble. It had the arrogance that a swordsman should have. Your sword is very arrogant, like a lonely peak. However, this sword has a flaw, and that is loneliness. Now, you seem to understand that the sword is all things. It can be a gust of wind, a grain of sand, or even a cloud in the sky. Lin Ling said casually after sitting down. That's right. I used to think that there was only the sword in the world, and nothing could move me. But now, I feel that everything is a sword, and the sword is in my heart. Everywhere is a sword. The dragon spirit said with a smile. He was originally gloomy, but his smile was quite clean. Then he looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, your sword Tao is different from many swordsmen. However, you have the heart of the sword and the principles of a swordsman. Because I am not a pure swordsman, but I am also a swordsman. Just like you said, all things are swords, and the sword is in my heart. Everywhere is a sword. Lin Ling picked up the wine pot on the table, poured a cup for the dragon spirit, and then said, although it was the first time he and the dragon spirit met, because of the similarity of their sword Tao, they had a feeling of regret that they had not met earlier. And this feeling was hard to explain. It was like an intuition. In fact, when Lin Ling first met the dragon spirit, he had this feeling. You should be here for the record of the 8 gods. After drinking a mouthful of wine, the dragon spirit laughed and Lin Ling nodded. The record of the 8 gods is in the core of the city, which is the Jiu Tong. At present, many experts are comprehending the record of the 8 gods, trying to find the next host of the world will. However, this record is more complicated than the one on the 7th floor, so over the years, the progress has been very slow. The dragon spirit continued. I wonder what experts there are in this city? Lin Ling asked. There are many experts, led by Lord Ning, the city lord of E-City, Han Xie, and other experts. At present, Han Xie is the only person who is most familiar with the record of the 8 gods. Moreover, other than Lord Ning, there is another god in the city, and his name is Emperor God Zhang Gang. The great god of the spirit nation had a battle and was suppressed here. The great god of the spirit nation wanted this steel slayer god emperor to join the spirit nation. Emperor God Zhang Gang? You know him? Yes. The dragon spirit was indeed worthy of his high status. He knew a lot of information which benefited Lin Ling a lot. What surprised him was that Emperor God Zhonggang was also here. Things were more troublesome than he had imagined. Emperor God Zhonggang was one of the few gods that Lin Ling knew. Back then, in the Starry Sky Forest, one of the 7 great forbidden grounds in the 9 regions, Lin Ling saw him awaken with his own eyes. At that time, Lin Ling was in conflict with the Duan clan, and it was Emperor God Zhonggang who helped him out. Later, Emperor God Zhonggang came to find Lin Ling and told Lin Ling how powerful the scabbard on Lin Ling's back was. Now that Emperor God Zhonggang was trapped, Lin Ling would not stand by and do nothing. Does the Spirit Nation know about the record of the 8 gods on the 7th level? Then Lin Ling asked again. Yes, and it's not a secret in the Spirit Nation. That host is one of the 4 great gods, right? The dragon spirit nodded. Hearing this, Lin Ling's face turned even uglier. He thought that this secret was only known to him, but now it seemed that many people knew about it. All right, is there anyone from the 9 regions void in your Spirit Nation? Lin Ling asked again. Yes. Over the years, our Spirit Nation seemed to have disappeared without a trace. In fact, we have been attacking the strongest experts in the 9 regions. There are many of our people among you challengers. Moreover, in the Spirit Nation, there was a lord who said that you are also from the Spirit Nation. As the dragon spirit spoke, it looked at Lin Ling seriously. I am not from the Spirit Nation, nor am I from the 4 great gods. I am a man who fights for his family. Lin Ling smiled. Naturally, he knew why the dragon spirit said this. That was because Lord Ning had left a power of the Spirit Nation in his body, so it thought that Lin Ling was still under the control of the Spirit Nation. Wait, I will tell you the secret message of the dragon spirit's identity. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the dragon spirit smiled and was even more curious about this legendary man. Lin Ling was extremely famous in the 9 regions void, no, even in the Spirit Nation. He was the idol of many experts of the younger generation and was also an indomitable hero. However, not many people had seen Lin Ling. He, Feng, had heard of him for a long time. Lin Ling had said that he was not from the 4 great gods, but a man who fought for his family. This made him understand that Lin Ling was also a responsible man. If you tell me your identity, what if the Spirit Nation finds out? Lin Ling also regarded the dragon spirit as a friend, so he asked worriedly, You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.